Prove myself to you, father, she thought, you have not made a mistake. She glanced down at his handwriting. Dear Ariane. All that we dreamed of has come to pass, yet the burden of it is not yet lifted. In the coming years, you will be wed and tested. Your resolve must be strong and your will tempered yet empowered. It is time for us to march into a new age, where the sun is allowed to shine. What I must ask of our men is great, I trust that your own voice will empower them to do what must be done. Stay in Sunspear, Lord Dane shall lead the march. You are my daughter. You have always been my daughter. Do not fail me. Know that you have always been enough. You are my beating heart. My heir. Lorza slumbered at Elaria's breast. She was a beautiful little thing, yet she supposed that all mothers saw their daughters as pretty, even if they were not. Many leagues away, her first daughter was swelling with a child. Oberyn had often lamented his sister's struggles on the birthing bed. Oberyn liked to speak of his oath to his sister, yet Elaria kept an oath of her own, that she would always be there when Elia needed her, and she needed her now. You have packed too heavily, Wyler. Elaria said in a guarded tone. She'd sourced an old matron from the Danes. She'd be useful with Obala and Lorza, and if the gods were good, with Elia's little one. Elaria wouldn't have some river girl minding a Dornish babe, no, that would not do. A good Dornish woman, to teach right from wrong, and Wyler was just that. She was rounded and tanned orange from the sun. Her brow was beaten and the beginnings of old age seeped into the deep grooves of her face. She would help Elia through the birth too, for many hands would be required for a royal delivery. Wyler had 5 of her own, all now fully grown. Elaria, Wyler and her little snakes would go via a merchant boat to Seaguard. It would be a surprise for Oberyn and Elia. Her father too. I can take little Lorza from you while you prepare. Wyler took the babe from Elaria and cradled her softly. My last baby was heavier than this, oh he was so big I thought he'd break my arms. He was a happy little fellow. I thought your last babe was a girl. Elaria said absently as she gathered bits and pieces and stuffed them into knapsacks. Wyler took a long gulp. I was a wet nurse, only once. I was never very good at saying goodbye. Oh how I cried. For the 3 weeks I had him, he was mine. She said softly. Elaria had never had to say goodbye to hers. This girl we are going to serve, or this queen rather, what claim does she truly have to that awful seat of the south? Is she the Mad King's daughter? She is Prince Roriger's daughter, with Princess Elia. Do you live beneath a rock, Wyler? Do you think the Spears of Dawn march for a daughter other than their own? Elaria laughed. Wyler paled and her skin turned waxy. You cannot move in Dawn for hearing of her. Our queen, with sunlight for scales. I don't pay much mind to these things. This queen, that king, they are all the same to folk like me. Wyler sighed. She had a strangely urgent look in her eye. She's married to a northerner. She'll have met him then, her brother. Oh, it would please my heart to see him again. Will he be with her? Her brother died, smashed to pieces by the mountain. You met that poor babe. Elaria let out a protracted breath. The woman was a simpleton, yet tender enough with babes. Wyler shook her head frantically. Prince Aegon died, Wyler, only Rhaenys survived. Aegon died, yet Aemon was taken to the north. Lord Eddard promised me he would be treated well and raised as appropriate to his station. Wyler said desperately. Elaria met her gaze with great pondering. Aemon. It was hard for me to part with him. I'd just had Alex. Women have 2 teats for reason I suppose to bear their own and another. She was a greedy little thing and he took so very little. Who is Aemon? You were his wet nurse. Who was this boy? Elaria felt her jaw part. She chewed her lip. Wyler. You don't know. She said in a muffled sort of way. Lord Eddard, he said, oh. I will love the boy as my own. Wyler seemed to come to a rather ominous conclusion as Lorza slumbered in her shaking arms. Elaria felt her muscles tense. Aemon. Eddard. The mother, she died giving him life. Sir Arthur sent for me after. He told me, all the princes are dead now, this is all we have. Keep him well. Wyler said quietly. Aemon. Her boy. Lady Lionel. He had her look. I saw her body. Such a frail thing, too pale to be in dawn. There they stood, in mutual longing for children they'd nurtured and loved. Children that had not been born of their wombs. Elaria thought it was all rather odd, how it had come to her ears before all others. They were the same. Wet nurses. Adopted mothers, a set of arms for little dragons to slumber in. Lionel had died in the Tower of Joy, yet no one save for them knew how. It was a laborious truth, for she'd died on the birthing bed, with his babe. It struck her like a jolt of lightning. Elia had a brother and he wore the disguise of the bastard brother of her own husband. His name was Eamon Sand. Notes. I'm only just realizing how ridiculous the penultimate line sounds, but I'm keeping it regardless. Can't wait until my dialogue turns into a one it repeated 500 times. Chapter 19, The Little Wolf. Chapter text. Elia found it strange, how she could say a thing and within a day, the gears of her demands were turning. A northern force led by Glover, marched north whilst the Golden Company had left on a campaign toward the crag, supplemented by a small force of Riverlanders. The most sour face in Riverrun belonged to Robb, who had insisted on joining the Golden Company on their march, yet had found his queen to be an immovable blockade. "You're my king," she had said in a firm sort of way. "You belong with me." And she wasn't going anywhere in her condition, Maester Vimen had made that very clear. Robb had been so annoyed with her that he'd taken a night to himself in the library, doubtlessly reading battle strategies and imagining himself sword in hand. When he had worn the crown in their relationship, he had marched headfirst into every battle. Yet he was a precious thing to her, and the solitary positive of her new responsibility was that she could keep him safe. Her father had also been imprisoned with similar sentiments. "I need you for your insight," she said to the Viper, and he'd rolled his eyes. Stannis had fallen, as they'd hoped he would, and Tywin had refocused his efforts on his newest threat. Rumors were that the Mountain had been sent northward and further conscripts were training in Casterly Rock. A certain friend of theirs in King's Landing had let slip that foreign sellswords had begun to arrive at Lannisport. War loomed like a thick fog, and news that the Reach had at the very least an army swollen with 80,000, and yet unblooded, was quite dismal news. No more letters had returned, so Tarly, Peake and Crane were all she had on that count. Celtigar and Valerian had sent her no reply, yet their lands were so very close to Stannis, and by all accounts he had a penchant for burning even his loyal vassals to death, so she considered astutely that she would have to make further progress toward Dragonstone to earn their loyalty. "You are starting with nothing, you must earn trust, earn assurances. The lords of Westeros will bend to you, but first you must prove yourself," Sir Barristan had told her in a fatherly sort of way. She slid a hand over her belly. It was indisputable now, the small bump that had formed there. How could she make grown men bend to her when she wore her fragility so very plainly? She decided she'd ask her Uncle Doran later, for his leg rendered him far more immobile than the gentle swell on her belly, and each of his lords were fiercely loyal. Court was a quiet affair, for half of Robb's lords were away on campaign. Jon Connington had gone with Strickland and the company. She sat between Quint and Catelyn. Robb was deep in talks with her father, and she wasn't entirely certain when such a kinship had formed there, yet it pleased her all the same. "There's a little wolf at the door, we must let her in," Elia said to Catelyn as her mind slipped away. "You say very strange things, Your Grace," Catelyn said to her numbly. "You don't have to call me Your Grace. It was not so long ago you were yanking me by the neck and force-feeding me possets," Elia said with a laugh to her good mother. Catelyn rolled her eyes. "It is just as well I intend to be a forgiving queen and daughter-in-law. Perhaps we ought to listen to the things my cousin says," Quentyn said slowly. The table stilled to listen to him. "They say that Daenerys the Dreamer foresaw the doom of Valyria. Dragon dreams, the Targaryens called them. Sir Barristan said that your sire had such visions." She did not like to talk about her father, or her sire as Quint so delicately put it. With Jon Connington away on campaign, she had thought she would suffer no more warm anecdotes. Barristan gazed at her sadly. Robb chewed his tough steak and seemed to regret foregoing the trout in favor of it. He never liked to fight. As a child, Rhaegar had no interest in sword or lance, yet one day, he awoke from a slumber. He came to me and went and demanded he must begin training. Sir Barristan said slowly. He said he'd dreamt of dark days, and he would be requiring a sword then. If only he'd been training for longer, he might have given Robert Baratheon a little bit more of a fight. Elia remarked. If Jon had been around to hear her say such a thing, he would have turned quite green. Barristan looked particularly saddened by her tone, yet her real father offered her a curt chuckle. Your mother was frightened of Rhaegar's dreams. The song, she would write me, he will not stop talking of a song, of ice and fire, of life and death, he says our doom is nigh. Oberyn leant across the table. Elia felt the hairs on her arm stand upright, for she'd heard such a song in her dreams. He says my little Aegon shall lead an army of the living, that he was born beneath a bleeding star, that he is the chosen one. The gods chose him to die. Elia looked down at the table. When they had given her brother silver hair they had commanded his death. Robb glanced at her with squinted brows. Perhaps my dreams are nothing more than my mind's wandering. Let us dispel such talk, have a look outside, if there is not a little wolf trying to get in, we shall know that it's all nonsense. Finally something to do. Robb remarked dryly, as he scraped out his seat. She and her father went with him, with Quint trailing behind them. I am allowed outside the keep, Elia. Yes. She knocked his shoulder playfully. Her father put an arm around her and seemed content to take a gentle stroll. When they slipped outside, she felt she'd been proven right. See. I'm not a clairvoyant, I just say silly things. Let me in. Let me in. My brother will want to see me. He will. A shrill voice of a young boy shrieked. He was paltry and short, and could not have been more than 9. His hair was short and shaggy. By his side was a tall man, with a half-burned face. Move. I would like an audience with this queen, or this king, or whatever fucking prick wears the crown and counts the coppers. The man said to the guard with crossed arms. Robb. The boy turned his gaze around. Elia flinched, as her husband stared at him. For a small moment he looked confused, then his eyes turned wide. She decided that she'd never seen her husband truly smile, for the joy that touched his face in that moment eclipsed any glee she had ever granted him. Arya. He said slowly, as if disbelieving. Arya. But Arya was a girl. Arya. He sprinted 20 feet to get to her, and when he did, he picked her up and raised her to his level, just to get a good look at her face. He was crying and her head fell into the crook of his neck. Robb. She said slowly and wrapped her arms around his neck. Quint gave Elia a smug look. A little wolf, and there she was. Right. I'll be having my reward. One stark bitch, nice fat reward. The man said gruffly. What cunt holds the purse strings round here? This is Sandor Clegane. Her father said icily. The Mountain's brother. Catelyn had to look twice when she saw Robb bounce in with Arya up high on his shoulders. She was supposed to be in King's Landing, yet there she was, sporting a boyish cut and a year's worth of grime, yet alive and well, and here. Seems we do have a clairvoyant after all. Robb glanced at Elia, who looked most struck, yet happy for him all the same. As disconcertingly eerie as she found it, to consider that she stood in a room with another Daenerys, she could not think of anything other than the little wolf that had returned to them. Catelyn fled and wrapped her youngest daughter up in the tightest hug she had ever given anyone before. She searched her for any wound or cut and was content to find nothing but slightly protruding bones. How did you escape King's Landing? Catelyn squeezed her daughter's cheeks together, tears streaming. Robb in his glee, pulled Elia into a tearful hug and looked close to giving Oberyn one too, so overcome with emotion he was, yet the Viper crossed his arms. After father, Arya said darkly. Yoren found me, he was from the Night's Watch, they'd asked him to stay, because the Queen meant for father to take the black, not lose his head, yet Joffrey changed his mind at the last minute. Yoren didn't let me look. Then the Lannisters killed him and Lomi, I freed a faceless man from a cage, and then I got taken to Harrenhal with Hot Pie and Gendry. What the fuck is a Lomi? Oberyn tapped his foot, amused. Slow down. Robb said breathlessly. You haven't been in King's Landing since father's execution. All this time. At Harrenhal. No. I pretended to be a boy. I was Tywin Lannister's cupbearer there. He spoke to me and everything. Then the faceless man I saved said that he owed me a debt. 3 names he gave me, 3 lives. So I convinced him to kill all of the guards so we could escape. Arya was breathless from her accounting. Catelyn felt only bewildered. Then we got caught up with the Brotherhood without banners and I watched Sir Beric Dondarrion come back to life after the Hound killed him. Then the Hound took me and said he'd take me home and a Red Witch took Gendry. Now I'm here. Oh Arya. Catelyn wrapped her in another hug. It was all too much. Let's get you something to eat. You look starved. Then a bath, and oh. I've missed you, so terribly. Arya found it all rather strange. Robb was married to Rhaenys Targaryen, whom for some reason seemed to prefer to be called Elia and somehow, was alive. He was going to be a father as well, which she found most disconcerting, for it felt like just yesterday they'd played knights and pikesmen in the courtyard of Winterfell. He had gained a crown and given it up. He'd fought in battles, fallen in love, and uncovered a long-buried Targaryen plot. For a moment she had been only happy, then her mother had said it so painfully. Bran and Rickon, and she knew, deep in the bellows of her soul. They were gone. She had a bed again. She had a family again, yet it was only half of one. She glanced around at her new room and felt only sadness, then a knock came upon her door. Robb, she decided, but when she swung it open, she saw Rhaenys Targaryen, with her swelling belly and her streak of startling silver. I wanted to check you had everything you needed, my lady. Rhaenys said shakily. Arya wasn't certain of her. Her father had raped their aunt, her grandsire had burned men alive for amusement. Yet Robb loved her, he'd married her when she had been nothing but a bastard of the Red Viper. Mother made sure I had everything, your grace. Arya dipped her head, yet it felt like a foreign notion, bowing. Call me Elia. I'm rather tired of being called your grace. She said shakily. She let herself in, which Arya decided was exactly the sort of thing a queen would do, expecting her visit to be welcomed at all times. You've had quite an adventure. I've never seen Robb happier than when he saw you. He was always happy in Winterfell. Arya beefed out her chest, and Elia looked almost sad. This hound you traveled with, he came expecting a reward, my father demanded I put him in chains. Have I made the right decision? Elia sat on the edge of her bed. He is the brother of Sir Gregor Clegane, the Mountain. My father seems to think that by holding him, we might draw his brother into a furious stupor. Your father is dead. Arya said plaintively. My father is Prince Oberyn Martell, the man whom raised me. Elia said firmly. I have a list of names of the men I want to kill. Arya crossed her arms. Elia let out a thin chuckle. The Hound was on it for a while. His brother the Mountain too. In Harrenhal I watched the Mountain torture men. But this Sandor is there no longer. Elia said slowly. He hates his brother. Why do you think his face got all burnt? Arya said. He's not a good man. He's cruel and dishonorable. He's everything men ought not be. But I don't want him dead. Sometimes I think, there's more punishment in living. Don't you? Don't give him a reward. Make him fight for you. He's a soldier. He needs direction, purpose, perhaps redemption. I see. Elia said slowly. Arya did not think she was the sort of person to give advice to a queen. She watched Elia shift toward the door. I had a list too, yet there was only ever one name on mine. Might you strike him off yours so that I may keep him? Arya nodded slowly. The Mountain. She said slowly. Who raped my mother? Who killed my brother? Perhaps I might help you with the rest of yours one day. No, Arya said, and Elia cocked an eyebrow. I don't need any help. Elia was too fat to train, apparently. He saw only a small swell, yet Robb Stark seemed to see a disability. He'd put it to Robb that she should continue training with him, yet his Northern Thorn had been most outraged at that. She's carrying my child. Oh, he'd rabbit on, yet a pregnant girl at war had just as much, if not more reason, to learn to fight. It was pointless to argue, for Elia was most distracted anyhow, giving out orders, or rather refusing counsel. Thus, so it was, that he was down a sand snake, and had gained only a queen. It was all Doran had ever dreamed of and all Oberyn Martell had ever dreaded, yet it was the hand he had. Nymeria and Oberyn sparred with each other tiredly, and then he spotted it, a little dark-haired shadow scurrying around at his back. "I can see you, little wolf," he said loudly, and Arya Stark slipped out beneath her hiding place. Her hair had grown ever so slightly in the last few weeks. She had nothing of Catelyn in her face, she was a little northerner, with all the wildness of one. "Why are you watching? Home. Do you wish to be a fighter? Let me guess, your father thought you ought to be a little lady. Ciri O'Forel taught me to be a water dancer. Father hired him to teach me," she said boastfully. She pulled a small coin out of her pocket. He recognized it instantly and his brow twisted. "The House of the Black. A faceless man gave me this. He told me to come to Braavos. Valar Morghulis," he said. A faceless man had marked Robb Stark's little sister as a recruit. Oberyn narrowed his eyes carefully. He must have seen potential in her. He nodded his head slowly, and took Arya by the scruff. "Your brother has taken a sand snake from me, and so I must take a sand snake from him. Come, train," Oberyn told her firmly. Arya's smile nearly burst apart her cheeks. "Do you have a weapon?" "Needle," she said determinedly. She pulled a small pointed fencing blade from her belt. "Ah. Small, very pointy. Perfect for a little thing like you. Well, if you are a water dancer, dance for me." Oberyn pointed her toward Nymeria, who was laughing. "I have seen the water dancers of Braavos. I have seen their movements, like a slumbering river that feeds into a waterfall of violent chaos. I am not thinking a little girl like you is as good as them, far less Robb Stark's sister." "Robb is a good fighter," Arya protested. Nymeria pushed her to the ground, yanking her shoulder with her whip. "Robb is not a very good fighter. I am seeing him train. I could beat him with an eye closed. To beat you, I would not even need eyes," Oberyn said goadingly. Arya took the bait, and she danced her way around Nymeria. Oberyn was cackling with laughter. "I am thinking a faceless man gave you that coin out of pity." Then Arya leapt and her little pointed stick lightly grazed his shoulder. He yanked the small hilt and smiled. "Fierce. You remind me of my little Sarala," Oberyn said and ruffled her hair. "If you wish to be better than you are today, Arya Stark, we train here every morning, just as the sun creeps up from behind the clouds." Oresta had hastened her sails. The seas had battered their not-so-humble boat to a ruin, and when it had finally croaked up to Seaguard, Sarala was surprised it had made it at all. Such a large gully was not fit for such swift sailing, yet the threat of damnation from a dragon queen had prompted her mother to a speedy voyage. Down below the deck, a little thing cried for its mother, in the darkness, under a sheet of wet fabric. It did not think to use its fiery lungs. Sarala rubbed at her burnt arm. It was healing well, yet her mother said it would leave a scar. The dock hands hastened to let loose the anchor. She ought not feel nervous. Her father was near, her mother was by her side, her sisters were close too, and her little dragon wore the crown she had always meant to wear. "We weren't expecting a shipment from Astapa. What are you trading?" The port manager slipped his head over the side of the boat. Oresta, tall and lithe, wore a weary sort of expression. Doubtlessly tired of having such a curious trouble-making daughter. "You would not believe me if I told you," Oresta said dismally. "Who do you serve?" "The Dornish Queen. I and her king," the man said in a firm voice. "House Mallister flies the dragon banner, as you can see. Well, you will be trotting along and telling your liege lord, that I have her sister, Sarala Sand. You might have him provide us an escort to Riverrun, that is where she is currently holding her court." "No," Oresta said sharply, and the man paled considerably. "You might also tell him to bring a very large protective guard for the journey. Our quarry is very precious indeed and dangerous no less." He nodded his head and bobbed away. Sarala put on her braces and her cloak and ignored her mother's scrutinizing stare. Oresta yanked her by the shoulder. Sarala sighed. "It is a war you have guaranteed your cousin. This dragon queen will think the dragon was stolen at her invitation." Oresta crossed her arm. They are as kin, perhaps there might have been a bond there, if nurtured correctly. Blood is thick, you have polluted it. The Dragon Queen raised and raped her way through Lhasa, and you expect my sweet cousin to stand beside such a ruthless beast? Sarala said sharply. It was always going to come to a war between them. I have only evened the odds by delivering my cousin one of her dragons. This foreign Dothraki whore is no true dragon. My queen has the blood of Dawn and Valyria. She is the dragon, the only one that matters. Yet the whispers from Astapa were that she had freed the Unsullied, not bought them. Orista pressed. Sarala did not wish to hear such conflicting anecdotes. Did she rape? Did she string that poor boy up on the tree personally? Before your cousin sits her throne, 1,000 such callous deeds shall be enacted in her name too. You had no right to steal that dragon. Then why didn't you take it back to her? Sarala stammered. Once it had been taken, your life was forfeit. You left me no choice. To steal a child from its mother. That is what she calls herself, the mother of dragons. I would torch a continent if anyone took me from you. Orista said sharply. She took Sarala's cheeks in her hand. You are a foolish child, and despite my mothering, you know nothing. She knew enough. She knew that Daenerys Targaryen was a warlord's pretender. She knew that Sully Mazdu had been kind and sweet. She knew that he would never see the world, not anymore. She knew that her sister, Rhaenys Targaryen, was the rightful queen of the Seven Kingdoms. Elia took a long breath as court came to an end. Catelyn fussed over her, for she was feeling as peaky as she looked. The Golden Company had taken the crag easy enough, and Jon had sent a letter. Where next, my queen? She did not know. Robb had said it too easily. Casterly Rock. She wasn't ready for the Rock. The Rock meant a full-scale war and too many casualties to count. Her Dornish were making progress too. They had taken a few minor keeps of the Reach, and emboldened with gains, Tarly, Peake and Crane had formally raised the dragon banner into a plain revolt. There is more, your grace. Arianne has led the Dornish march herself. The messenger said as the room stilled. She rides for Hornhill, to join Tarly and his forces. In Old Town, the High Tower has been lit green. A call to war. They ride for Highgarden then. They are taking the Mandaya route, not the shoreline as Lord Jon counselled, my queen. Lord Mandaealy said to her slowly. Elia felt her stomach twist. Had she been wrong to make Arianne the heir to Sunspear? She had ignored her orders and marched now for a costly siege. She glanced at her father, who looked unsurprised, at Doran, who looked quite desolate. Robb touched her arm. They are marching with Old Town at their backs. They are walking into a flank. If they reach Highgarden, the High Towers need only fall behind them and batter them into falling arrows. Robb said dimly. He squeezed her arm again. Elia, we cannot lose your Dornish riders. Send me with the Golden Company to meet their forces. If I can batter back the High Towers, I can. No, it burst out of Elia. No. I'm having a baby. We have noticed, your grace. Lord Mandaealy said wearily. Wars do not wait for children to take their first breaths. Randall Tarly is no fool. He won the only victory for my father in the rebellion. I will send a raven instructing him to lead the march, not Arianne. We will move some gullies along the Mandaya. Yes. Some of the Golden. Oh, I don't know. If you leave me here, Robb, then you leave the Riverlands open, and me too. Elia struggled. Battle tactics made little sense to her. She pored over the table and struggled to see the routes that Robb could always find so deftly. The Golden Company will head from the crag to Bitterbridge. There's been many battles fought there, and there will be one more. If they can cross it, they can join up with the Dornish head-on. If we bolster their numbers, we can withstand a siege on two fronts. Robb said casually. It is the only way. I will go, in place of King Robb. Lord Edmure stood forward. I wish to make reparations for the windmill. Let me do this, and I promise you, that I will be a voice of guidance to my betrothed, and Temperance. Not without me, nephew. The Blackfish said, which seemed to satisfy Robb far more than the prospect of his uncle Edmure. I will write to Willers. He is an old friend. Oberyn said slowly, and guiltily. His family are caught up with lions, but if the tables turns, they will seek a way out of such a union. Willers is a temperate voice that we may yet bring to our side. You crippled him. Oberyn laughed. Yes, by accident. I sent my maester to heal him and we have corresponded ever since. He is as close to a friend as I have in this world. It disquiets me to think of laying siege to his home. I would offer him a way out before we root him out of his keep. Oberyn said firmly. Write to him. Tell him I bear him no ill will and that if he yields now, I shall forgive his family and uphold their positions in the Reach. Elia said gently. A few of the northern lords grunted at that. Is that all? Tarly won't like that. He's doubtlessly raised his banner for you for a shot at Highgarden. Lord Umber advised. She felt too tired to talk anymore. Robb rubbed her back softly. The baby had grown so much in the past few weeks that all she wanted to do was sleep and keep her feet up. A queen could do neither when at war. When Oliver Free entered with more news, she thought to weep. Would it ever end? Your Grace, your sister has docked at Seaguard, on a vessel known as the Feathered Kiss. Oliver said. Lord Mallister's son, Teos has escorted them to the gates, might we let them through? Sarilla. Oberyn said with a broad grin. Elia felt a smile tilt her lips too. Of course you may. Elia let out a breath of relief. It hadn't been more bad news, but good news. Robb kissed Elia's temple as the smile caught her cheeks. She hadn't been smiling as much lately. Since Arya had returned he'd found it hard to keep the glee from his and now they could match. He hung back as the doors swung open. Oberyn was the first to swoop the young girl up into his arms. She had dark poreless skin and a vibrant mop of twisted black hair. Her eyes were piercing pits of honey. There was little Oberyn in her, yet a certain pointedness to her face, that he could see the relation at a squint. Even as her father twirled her, Sarilla Sand did not smile, so much as let out a sigh of relief. Sister. Or cousin, now perhaps. Sarilla smiled as Oberyn finally released her. They fluttered together and Sarilla's hand fell over the growing swell of Elia's belly. You've gotten fat. Fat and overburdened shoulders. Even in spite of these things, I'm still your sister. Now and always. Elia said and wrapped Sarilla up in another hug. Robb watched as she ran a hand along Sarilla's bandaged arm. You're injured. A burn. Sarilla said darkly. Another woman strode through. She was an older version of Sarilla and twice as tall. Her shoulders were broad and muscular, her stern visage was austere. Oberyn looked at her with such intense hunger that Robb knew immediately that she was one of his many lovers. Orista. As beautiful as ever. Oberyn said, mystified. And still not interested in a rehashing of our voyage to Sot Horios. Orista let out a sharp chuckle. How disappointing. He noted and returned to fawning over Sarilla. You have not been visiting your father as you promised. Better late than never, I suppose. Why are you here? To pay homage to my queen. Sarilla smiled up at Elia, yet it was a broken sort of smile, almost resigned. And to offer a gift to her. I've been on somewhat of an adventure, sister, to Larsa, to Astapa, and all the way to Seaguard. She is a silly girl, it is her father in her. Orista crossed her arms. I am lucky I still have a ship, hauling such tempestuous cargo. The doors parted and some men in Mallister colors strode through. Between 5 of them they heaved a great iron crate with a wet blanket atop it. Sarilla stood aside to allow Elia a look upon it. Orista looked grey, as if this was not a gift, but a curse. What is it? Elia looked bewildered. Before Sarilla could answer, strange cries came from the covered cage. SMHE could only describe those noises as shrieks, piercing and unnerving. Then whatever was contained in that odd cage battered itself against the iron bars, shrieking all the more, crying. Sarilla. I have seen the face of evil. I have seen the costs of its rise, the moving hordes, the crying women, raped and defiled. I have seen what she would do, what Westeros would endure under her yoke. Sarilla announced to the hall. It is not the Lannister pretenders you ought to fear, my queen, my sister. Across the sea Daenerys Stormborn, the Mad King's daughter, builds an army of slaves, exiles, savages and dragons. She means to push a claim to your seat. Through fire and blood, screams and ruin. What's in that cage, Sarala? Elia looked pale and waxy. Take off the cover, sister. They say in old Valyria, that the Targaryens lay with their dragons, that their blood is joined, as is with their might. Sarala said. It may not burn its kin as it has burned me. The room stilled to a deafening quiet, save for the now weary mules from the cage. Elia took a step forward. Robb tried to reach her in time, for there was surely something dangerous in that awful little cage, yet he was too far away. She pulled the fabric down and the shrieks returned. The great Jon gasped first, for he was standing closest. Sir Barristan flew across the room to reach Elia, to defend her. His jaw scraped the floor. Robb was frozen stiff. His wife and unborn child were 2 inches away from impending doom, and he could do nothing but watch, for contained in that little iron cage was a dragon. Chapter 20, Fire and Blood. Chapter text. Elia stumbled backward. It was such a little thing, tiny even. Its scales were white and gold, its eyes were little beads of sunset orange. The room was still and quiet. She could hear her heartbeat. Thump. Thump. She couldn't take her eyes off it, a real, living, breathing dragon. Barristan put a hand over her shoulder to stop her from pulling any nearer, yet her hand instinctively reached out. It was crying. Soft little mewls came pouring from its mouth like a sad song. Sarala. Her father said, yet she could barely hear him. Thump. Thump. A dragon. She heard the lords mumble and whisper. They formed a cacophony around her. Is it real? A wyvern, must be, others said. Arya skipped forward, bouncing on her feet. At once, the little dragon let out a terrifying scream at the sight of her, and a plume of vicious orange fire came spewing from its mouth. Elia pushed aside Barristan, and to Robb's abject horror, she reached her hand to the bars of the cage. The crying stopped and the little creature seemed to sniff at her hand, just as Greywind had once. You took it from her. Elia said dully to Sarala. This was her hatchling. Now it's yours. Sarala said, and the thought filled her with too much dread. That night, with the dragon safely deposited in the dungeons, Elia dreamt as she'd never dreamt before. She could still feel Robb all around her as she slipped into that old darkness, his hands wound around her middle and his chin rested on her temple. Come. Come. Quickly. The harpist pulled her into the ether of his cold nothing. Rubies floated like scarlet blood all around her, and very faintly she could hear the battering of horse hooves and the clink of steel. You dream again, child, you come back to me. You are my mind's imagining and nothing more. She said, and her feet stuck fast to the cold formless ground. You are but the memory of my ruin. Your rise and your fall. He said in a wounded sort of way, as he turned to face her, his face appeared as an abstract mangle of pain. You are making mistakes, just like I did. So many of them, and each allows evil to stir. You fight the wrong war, daughter. As did you. She managed out. He had an awful nerve to be lecturing her on the wrong wars. He chuckled desolately, and as it echoed around her it turned into a maddening lilt. Say what you must to empty yourself of malice. It is no less than I deserve. He said, and he sat down on a small crumbled wall. Elia stared at him absently. She wanted to shout at him, hit him, batter his head into the stones. He had taken another woman into his bed and left her mother alone to deal with the repercussions. All the pain of her life belonged to him. She tried to find her anger, yet it waned away, for he looked so very sorry. Sit. Please. Wordlessly, she sat down on the crumbled wall too. She looked down at his chest again. There was a great cavernous hole in the middle of it from where Robert Baratheon had smashed his armor. The sight of it ought not to have wounded her, yet it did. Her father. The wolf gave you a crown, just as Cregan gave one to Aegon. History is an odd thing. It repeats. He said slowly. He has given you other things too. Her hand went to her belly and she stared off into the darkness. A man does not give anything without taking something else, I suppose. He mused. He touched her shoulder and she felt cold, in every corner of her body. You are marching the wrong way, daughter. You have put a dragon in a cage. Zuld's Busdryixos Dea. You must write to the dragon at the wall, you need guidance, daughter. He knows much and more. Once I sought his counsel. I did not often listen, and so it is that I am here. He will tell you of the threat to the north. These lions are but a distraction. A dragon at war. Elia's brows bent. Then there were more voices around her. Dragons do not belong in cages, silly child. Set it free. The conqueror said. She's in a cage too, silly dragon, she's a woman. Don't we all live in cages? Helena laughed around her, yet her voice petered out to weary cries. Where are we? Elia asked her father. The silver heads surrounded her in a circle. They gazed at her hungrily. Then he came, the Dark One. What is burnt cannot rise again, don't you see? The fire. Burning. All of them. It is the only way. He said, and the jowls of his face quivered. Burn them all. She had heard that one before. The Mad King. Where all dreamers go, and all are condemned to live in death. Roriga said slowly. His head dropped onto her shoulder, and the silver heads fluttered away. You will live here with me one day, yet I hope you will be old and grey when you do, having lived a full life. You have to win Rhaenys, you have to find your brother. He is already fighting your war. My brother is dead. Elia said again. Aemon. Aemon lives. Look at it. He said quite urgently. He tilted her chin up, and in the sky she saw the shadow of dragon wings, big and wide, and all-encompassing. Your burden. Your destiny. His too. Half it, third it. For it is a lie, I see it now, I see it so plainly in death, the conqueror's dream, the dragon has 3 heads, not 1. The prince who was promised, split apart. 1. 2. He said very slowly, and then his hand touched her belly and she shivered, for it was moving inside of her, strange little flutters. Why had it happened in such a strange, cold place? 3. He said quietly. The Song of Ice and Fire. Isn't it beautiful? It was ringing around her, high notes and low, all in perfect synchronicity. Fire gave way to darkness, life to death. Up, down, then north to south. It was a song of opposition. She could hear it so clearly, yet she could not describe it. In the distance of the long darkness, 2 brothers wept, one was stony and cold and the other was tanned by the sun. Promise me, Oberyn. A Dornish woman said in a voice ruined by grief. Promise me, Ned. Another said, northern and pained. Robb woke up early. The sun splintered in through the windows and the fire had begun to flicker out. Elia lay in bed, the swell of her belly, carefully cradled in her hands. For a brief moment, he considered it just as well that she'd asked him to stay, for he was not missing anything with the babe. She writhed around a little, as if caught in a dream. Promise me, Ned. She breathed out. Robb's brow bent. Why was she dreaming of his father? She didn't even know his face. He clambered closer to her, his hands falling on her forehead. She was warm, so very warm. Promise me. Promise me. Oberyn. Ned. Sweeterling. He gently shook her. It took her a while, yet her eyes opened. You were asking my father to promise you something. Were you dreaming of him? She looked confused for a moment and groggily pulled herself up to sit. For a brief moment she seemed to have forgotten about their child slumbering within her, for she seemed most surprised to find her movements made cumbersome. I felt it kick. She said meekly. Robb couldn't keep the smile from his face. Oh. Do you think his father might be able to feel him too? Robb smiled at her. She wiped the sleep from her eyes and gently moved his hand onto the slope of her bump. It was barely a flutter, yet he felt it. Grinning, he leant down and pressed a soft kiss where he'd felt the movement. Elia put her hand tiredly through the tresses of her hair. I didn't think I'd feel him so soon. She's strong. Elia teased him. I like her mother, then. Robb leant up to kiss her. You didn't answer me. You were saying my father's name in your sleep. How can you dream of a man you've never met? Arya looks like her. Elia said darkly. Like Lyanna. I see lots of things in my sleep. None of them make sense. She asked him to promise her, your father. It sounded like a northerner. It had to be her. Rob, she promised me, Ned. Promise her what? Easy. You look like you're going to combust. It was just a dream. Rob captured her face in his hands. Just a silly dream. You're right here now, with me, and everything save for the fire-breathing reptile in our dungeon, makes perfect sense. She did not appear comforted. Her handmaids flocked in to get her ready, and Rob strode down to the main hall early for the day's war council. His mother was already there, as was Oberyn Martell and Sarilla. Orester was making idle chatter with them over a breakfast plate. He had a mind to ask her if the Feathered Kiss was now a part of their fleet, for Lord Mallister had said it was an impressive vessel that could easily be converted in a war galley. Nymeria nudged his shoulder as he passed, and he gave her a warning glance that earned a giggle. Lord Bolton wore a stony visage. Our lords have been considering that it's nigh time for our queen to pick a small council. Lord Bolton said eagerly, doubtlessly wishing to throw his name in the hat for a seat. I'm Master of Laws, remember. The great Jon eagerly added. We can make up a position for you, Bolton, Master of Shit-Stirring. I'd be most honored to accept a position as Master of Whispers, Lord Umber. Bolton let out a measured laugh. Yet I fear I lack the contacts. Master of Laws, well, that I could certainly do. Better than you, I'd say. Only when Bolton was out of earshot, did Umber finally bend his head into Rob's ear, almost guiltily. What does a Master of Laws do, Your Grace? He asked slowly. Rob offered him only a chuckle in response. When Elia finally came in, Rob fell in love with her anew. Heads dipped and she fluttered to her father and then to Doran, and finally to him, where he decided she quite belonged. She glanced down at the war table and looked oddly apprehensive. Lord Bolton has suggested you might consider small council appointments. Rob told her softly. Her brows twisted and she looked at him for guidance. You already have a Master of Laws, and a Lord Commander. You need a Master of Coin, Whispers, Ships, perhaps War, in light of the current climate. As well as a Grand Maester and a Hand of the Queen. Oh. She said dully. Umber looked relieved to be officially sworn in, and Barristan dipped his head. Rob couldn't protect her from vultures forever. Your Grace, as the Lord of White Harbour, ships is a strong suit of mine. Lord Marndale said determinedly. As it is mine. Lord Mallister added. For war, Your Grace, you have need of Blackwoods, fierce, strong and loyal. Lord Blackwood said most dignifiedly. Master of War. A Blackwood. Never. Lord Bracken said darkly. Elia shared a weary look with Caitlin. Rob leant back as Oberyn rolled his eyes. Doran stood slowly from his chair. My son is a tried and tested commander, Your Grace. Let me be your hand, Elia. Doran said delicately. She moved forward and kissed his brow most diligently. As much as it might delight me to fill a council with the lords of the north, the Riverlands and Dawn, from whom I shall never forget offered me my first obeisance, I must yet leave some seats free for allies of the Reach I have not yet met. Elia said carefully. She was beginning to sound like a queen. Rest assured, your loyalty shall always be remembered, and when the dust settles, newly empty keeps shall be granted to the first, not the last, who came to my side. That is my promise. You're giving Talia a seat then? Glover let out a grunt. If he proves himself leal, then yes. She said slowly. As for my Master of Ships, I fear I cannot, and shall not choose between Lord Marndale and Lord Mallister. We have fewer ships than the Lannisters, we cannot win at naval warfare by conventional means. I can think of no other strategic mind that might provide compensation for this, than my dear Uncle Doran. He nodded his head slowly, if a little disappointed not to be named her hand. Mallister and Marndale seemed satisfied at least that they did not have to suffer the other's elevation. Lords were fickle beasts, always searching for slights. Master of Coin, quite fortunately I find myself surrounded by men of action, not conservation. I shall keep this seat free, until I have met such a man. Elia said steadily. Rob couldn't help but smile. She spoke well, dignified and careful not to ruffle feathers. She was better than him. As for Master of War, I can think of no other country, where its sting has been felt so keenly, than the Riverlands. A Riverlander knows the costs of war. For this reason, I would name the Blackfish, Lord Brynden Tully. The Blackfish was not there to receive the honor, but marching to war. Rob decided it was a sensible appointment, and heads across the hall bobbed up and down. Then there was mumbling. Who will be hand? Is she giving it to Tully? To her father? Rob did not know. To him. He was already her king. My hand shall be Lord John Connington, Elia said in a resolute voice, that surprised all. He served a poor king last time, I will allow him a chance to serve a better queen. We will have the badge sent to him, as well as word of Lord Brynden's appointment. Oberyn smiled at her wearily. Appointing Lord Connington was a statement, an acceptance, of the real father whom she had desired to cast aside, the man whom Jon served her so loyally for. He was the only Targaryen loyalist chosen. Rob and Oberyn had been left without seats. The two men whom loved her most of all. It ought to have stung him, yet it did not. Your Grand Maester, Your Grace. A most important assignment. Maester Vimen looked giddy, for he was the only Maester in the room. I would be honored to have you, Vimen, yet I would consult with the Citadel, once my throne is won. Elia said rather cryptically. She turned to Sarala. More pressing than appointments. The dragon in my dungeons and the women who birthed it. I would have the full story, Sarala. I was shipwrecked in Larsa. I swallowed half the sea and I thought I would surely die. Sarala said, and all turned to face her. She stood forward shakily. Then he came. Sully. He saved me. He took me back to his family and they fixed my weary bones and gave me life. They don't have much, the Lhazareen, yet what they do have they share freely. Sully was sweet, kind, over time, as I healed. I came to love him. Sarala. Oberyn said, yet Sarala shook his concern away. He was a weak man. The Lhazareen don't fight, they live in mud huts and see so very little of the world. I thought perhaps I could show him some of the world, this boy of nothing. Sarala said. When I was finally well enough to leave, he had packed to come with me. I went to pick some olives, yet when I came back, there were screams. Rob did not much like where this tale was going. Orista put her arm over Sarala, yet she pushed herself free. Dothraki. I found Sully. His mother had been beaten and raped, his sister split in two and her voice broke apart. I found him hanging from a tree. They call it a blood eagle. They take a man's lungs from his body whilst he breathes. They say a man can take 40 breaths with his lungs on the outside, yet death comes in the end, and it did for Sully, though pained and slow. Then in the chaos, I saw her. Silver. White. Purple eyes, Elia, your eyes. Daenerys Stormborn. The Dothraki horde was her husband's, they were marching to pay for ships to carry them to Westeros. Sarala. Elia began. Sully's grandmother bid me to flee and I left her to be raped like the rest of her sorry kin. In the coming days, Khal Drogo was killed, and from his funeral pyre, they say that she birthed 3 dragons from stone eggs. It wasn't just Drogo's pyre, it was Sully's and Larsa's. They were my right as much as hers, the product of my pain. His. Sarala said. So I went to Astapa, where she had tried to build her army anew, and I took one of her dragons. It felt sweet, that vengeance, and it felt sweeter to give one to you, her niece, the rightful queen. In Astapa. She's buying Unsullied. Lord Bolton seemed daunted. She has not bought them, she has freed them. Now she has 20,000. This is what I am hearing on the Port of Bravos. Orista said. Unsullied. Very impressive on the battlefield, less so in the bedroom. Oberyn sighed. Unsullied. Rob felt the news to be quite dismal indeed. Whatever happened in Larsa, Sarala, I do not mean to diminish it, but she is my aunt, I will not start a war with her without first knowing her. If it is true, if she freed slaves, she cannot be so craven. Perhaps it was her husband's work, not hers. Elia said gently. Sarala appeared unconvinced. I met her once. When I went to Pentos to marry Viserys. She was kind to me then, as a child, she warned me about her brother and his character. Forgive me, your grace, but you have a war already. Orista said. They call her the Mother of Dragons. You have one of her children in your dungeon. As you are soon to find out, mothers would burn cities to the ground, just to hold their children safe in their arms. A Targaryen, alone in the world, is a terrible thing. She said, in a voice that did not seem her own. You're not alone, Robb wished to tell her, you have me. To the Lord Commander, I write this letter, knowing that I will find no such aid from the Night's Watch. Your loyalty is to your oath, as mine own is to the crown and the 7 kingdoms. When I take my throne I hope to be a good and just ruler. I wish to tell you that you have a new queen, a true queen, who will listen and offer her aid when required. I am young yet, and being Dornish I have seen no winters, yet my husband is the lord of your country, and with his guidance and yours, I shall endeavor to keep the north and the wall safe, and adequately manned. Samwell read aloud. Queen Rhaenys Targaryen. Protector of the realms. Lady of the 7 kingdoms. Maester Aemon's eyes welled up. Samwell helped him into bed. His muscles ached and the world around him was a blurred black expanse. They theorized in the citadel that death was but a great empty nothing. It was his burden to live in death, long before it claimed him. Yet there was hope in him, a little seed of promise. She had lived. Children are a blessing and a curse all at once, Rhaegar had written to him once, you love them but you must set them free into a world that wishes to break them. He had thought the world had broken Rhaenys Targaryen, as it had broken her brother, yet she lived, hidden in secret, like he was. Hidden in sand, hidden in snow. He should be with her. Jon Snow had wanted to go to his brother, to help him. Aemon had convinced him to keep his oath, just as he had kept his all those long cold years, as his family crumbled and burned. Oaths that matter are by design, hard to keep. It was bitter contemplation. To have seen her. Just once. Aemon said as Samwell gently fixed the covers. Even if I stood before her, I would not be able to see the color of her eyes, or her hair. She is alone. She's married to Jon's brother, Maester. Sam sat beside him. If he's anything like Jon, she's not alone, he'll never let her be alone. She has her family, the might of Dorne, they say my father has risen for her too, she has a big army. She has your prayers too. My prayers. My dreams. My heart. He said slowly. My oath. My blindness. My weary old body. Would that I could be with her too, Sam, to feel her. She doesn't know what's coming, across the wall. She has to be warned. Someone must. Someone will. We will write a letter, about Mance and the others. Sam soothed him. Now you must sleep. In his sleep, he dreamt for the first time in a while. He saw colors in his mind, purples, reds and black. The splodges came together in his mind, swirling, until they formed faces. Oh, to see a face again. He saw Rhaegar, whom had only ever written to him, and visited but once. His regal face was pale and pointed. She needs help, uncle. She needs you. He said. She needs your wisdom, guidance. She needs family, all around her. She needs the blood of Valyria. Her brother. She needs him too. You've guided him so well, guide her too. Yet her brother was dead. Brother. It's me. It's Ed. Another voice came, slow and steady. Finally, you have dreamt, as she dreams, you know of what's to come. Help her. 1,000 voices, all in unison. Help her. Help her. Help them. The doom is nigh. He tried to reach his brother, yet his hand reached out at nothing. Gone. Again. Why did he always have to go away? Then the crowds of wounded plaintiffs parted, and there she was. To have seen her, just once. That poor child whom had died, yet in name only. Her hair was dark, yet boasted a shock of white at its front, her eyes as haunting amethysts, looked into him. He was right. She said in a Dornish accent, and she was crying. Was she dreaming too? Had they reached each other through their minds? Far apart and carved so very differently. There's a dragon at the wall. It had been a battle hard fought, yet with the graves filled and the blood swept from the stone, Jon Connington considered that he'd finally done something right. If only his victories had started earlier, then Rhaegar might have lived. Edmure was gloating and the blackfish was deep in his drink. Pink Maiden had been taken with ease. Stonicept had been only slightly more difficult. They'd bypassed Tumbleton, where the Lannister forces had expected to meet them, but they'd cut around the foothills to reach Bitterbridge. It had been Rob's idea, written on a slip of handkerchief before Jon had left. A smart idea, for Tumbleton would have given the Lannisters an advantage. Bitterbridge had been ill-manned, yet still had proven to be their most tricky conquest yet. Some 1,000 had died and double that were injured. The mood at Bitterbridge was that they had already won the war. Jon Connington would not be so blase. Ravens. The Maester of Bitterbridge said in a stoic voice. He handed 2 letters out, one to the Blackfish and a second to Lord Jon Connington. His letter felt heavy, as if there was something stowed inside the envelope. The Blackfish prized his open first. Master of War. He said with a mystified grunt. As if I've not had enough of wars. I think that's rather the point, uncle. Edmure mused. Not a bad choice, Lord Jon Connington thought. Go on, what's yours? The Blackfish looked pointedly at Jon. Master of ships, perhaps. He'd brought a great deal to her after all, yet the envelope was too heavy. He prized open the paper and it fell out with a dull clink. He didn't need to read the letter to know. The badge that glinted on the ground was familiar, for he'd worn it before. Hand of the Queen. She had chosen him, above Doran, Oberyn and even Robb himself. Something wet dropped down his cheek. Here, let me. The Blackfish picked up the badge as Jon marveled at it. He would have to be better. For him. For her, a better hand, a better man. Don't cock it up this time. This time you and I are on the same side. I've got a lot riding on this panning out. You hear me? Do not leave the dragon in a cage. The Conqueror had said it to her most plainly, yet Robb would allow her nowhere near it. Her belly had grown to be a cumbersome thing as of late. It was distended and seemed to get in the way of just about everything she tried to do. The babe kicked relentlessly within her. Maester Vimen said she was 6 moons along, yet she felt closer to 9. You should be resting now. I will handle the war, sweeterling. Robb said to her as she sat upright in bed. There was much to do. With Bitterbridge taken, and a siege on Highgarden nearly underway, she decided she ought to be present at the war councils. There was the small matter of Daenerys across the sea. She had no notion as to what to do about her, she knew only that she did not covet the War of 5 Kings turning into another dance. Focus on the babe, for the next few months. It's an important job. You have me to lean on, a king. Apparently. A good king. She giggled and his head lowered to miss the finally slumbering babe inside of her. The dragon. You're not to go near it. He said firmly. Greywind slipped up onto the bed and nestled his head on her lap. If you want a pet, you might console yourself that you've taken one from me already. The babe has. Elia rolled her eyes. Greywind had only become attached to her since the baby. That might be true enough. Robb sighed. Zuldzizbus Dryixos she said slowly. Robb looked at her puzzled. Since when did my little Dornish wife start speaking Valyrian? He laughed. Since she found out she was a dragon, she wished to say, yet the words did not come. She rubbed her belly idly. I don't speak much of it. Only enough to read a few poems. A dragon is not a slave. I should not keep it in chains. Elia said to him. The Conqueror told me so, she might have said, yet then Robb would have thought her crazy. Maybe we should give it back, to your aunt, as a peace offering. Robb suggested. It had struck her too, yet the logistics were quite impossible, and if there was even the thinnest thread of truth to Sarala's claims that she was a true threat, Elia did not think it wise to give her back a weapon of such destruction. Oh, I don't know. Neither. Elia admitted with a sigh. Your aunt in the Eyrie has still not declared for us. Your mother said she received a rather harsh letter. She wishes to remain neutral, to protect her son. Robb sighed. His hand found purchase on her belly. A luxury I wish that I had. Understandable, perhaps. Yes. Elia sighed. They'll be all right, won't they? The baby, no one will hurt them. I want to. No one is going to hurt our baby, they'll have to climb over my dead corpse to get to him. Baristan's, your father's, Ario's too, and I'm quite convinced they'll be harder to cut down than me anyhow. He laughed and she joined him. Now I'm off to the council, I'll speak on your behalf, just get some rest. Rob, being adequately distracted, presented an opportunity. Elia slipped out of the room. Ario was minding her door, which was fortunate, for a childhood spent in Sunspear had taught her nothing if not how to manipulate Ario hotter. There were two things in the dungeons that required her attention, one was fire-made flesh, and the other had been kissed by such tendrils. I'm going to the dungeons, Ario. Elia said. The man dipped his brow. King Rob says that the Queen is to rest and take it easy. King Consort Rob. I'm the Queen. Or do I forget myself? Elia crossed her arms. Ario let out a muffled sigh, yet followed after her regardless. Unfortunately for Rob, he put a crown on my head. Now he must suffer the consequences. My queen tests me. Ario grunted. She let out a sharp giggle. Weren't queens made to test men? She thought so. There was another man she had to test. She found her way to his cell easily enough. Ario opened the door and she slinked inside. He smelled as the Kingslayer had, of bile, sewage and rot. Unlike Jaime Lannister, however, Sandor Clegane looked as though he belonged in such dank confinement. Half of his face was a ruined, burned mess, the other half, she lamented, was not much better. This is a funny way of paying a man, he said in a deep, brooding voice. He clinked his chains gruffly. Indeed, Elia said slowly. He surveyed her carefully. Clegane. Her hand folded over her belly. Perhaps she had been a fool to come to a hound so full with a child. She thought of her mother, of her formless, pained mass. Your brother killed my mother and my brother. Did you expect a warm welcome? I didn't expect a dragon whore, no, I expected a grateful northern king. You can imagine my surprise. He grunted. Not a nice chap, my brother. Heard he gave your mother quite a hard ride. She tried hard to retain her composure, though his words haunted her nonetheless. Ario put a hand on his sword and the hound snorted. I want him dead. Elia said slowly. You and me both. Who do you think gave me this? He touched the marbled burn on his face. Arya had suggested as much. Come to kill me. Come to pay me. Come to fuck me. Go on. Do what you will, then leave me. Vengeance is a sweet thing, I hear, though you and I both are strangers to it. I would cut you a deal. You will have your payment, your freedom too, yet I will ask of you one thing. Elia folded her arms around her chest. You will wear a white cloak for me. You will swear the same oath to me as you did to the foul pretender Joffrey, and as a Kingsguard, I shall offer you an order. You will bring to me the mountain, alive, and standing together we both shall carve our justice. Do you think my oaths mean anything to me, girl? You would have me soil a fancy cloak. I'm a hound. Send me out to kill, I don't require white linens. Sandor offered her a muffled chuckle. You would not offer your loyalty to the queen who secured your justice. I see. Elia sighed. That's just as well. I have many leal Kingsguard who are up to the task. I shall send Sir Barristan. She turned on her heels and Ario followed after her. The door slinked shut, and the moment it did, the weary warrior called out to her, as she knew he would. Men so starved of justice, would do anything for a sliver of hope at its deliverance, by their own hands. Fine. He said gruffly. Have me. Take off his chains, Ario. Elia nodded. Very grudgingly, Ario Hotter did as he was asked. Sir Barristan won't like this, my queen. He noted dryly. Sandor Clegane stood to his shaking feet. Elia held out her hand. Being queen meant making friends, even with hardened murderers like Sandor. Arya had suggested there was hope for him, some sliver of something good. She would struggle to find the merit in many of her subjects, yet she would always try. His hand touched hers, and she shook it, then it came, very slowly, an uncertain kneel. Arise, Sir Sandor Clegane. She said carefully. He chuckled, for it was all so very surreal to him and to her. She touched her belly idly, where her baby stirred awake. Elsewhere in the dungeons, someone else's child stirred, frightened and alone. "Follow me," she said quickly. Both of her knights followed after her, one in soiled rags and the other resplendently gold. Ario looked even less enthused when he opened the second chained door. He kept his sword tightly in his grip. Elia chewed her lip. It was crying, soft little mewls came pouring from its cage as it battered against the irons. She put her hand out, half expecting to be met with flames, yet instead the crying ceased. Her heart thudded against her ribs. She was playing with fire, quite literally. "If that thing blows a plume of fire at you, I'll be out of here," Sandor Clegane said roughly. Ario glared at him, yet Elia only laughed. She slowly clicked open the cage. One of her knights stood back, and the other moved forward. "Scared of fire?" Elia said absently to Sandor. The dragon crept out very slowly, its wings batting up and down. "Dragons do not belong in cages. Some would say that dragons do not belong in the world, Your Grace." Ario sighed. She didn't agree, for it was a beautiful little thing. It batted its wings and very slowly pulled off the ground. It was larger than a dog, yet smaller than a horse. "My queen, you should stand back. There are some that say Targaryens and dragons are as kin," Elia said slowly. "That we share the same blood. I do not imprison my kin. Oh, what is the word? Serve. Soveris." The dragon batted its wings again and fluttered toward her. She touched its head slowly. It needed food and water, it needed her, a fellow dragon. She turned around. Ario knelt first, then went Sandor. She smiled and she didn't know why, for power ought not feel good, it should be weighted like the burden it was, the duty. "You will bring the mountain to me, Clegane, and he shall taste the pain he afflicted upon you," Rhaenys said slowly. "You will have your justice, this I swear to you, and I will have fire and blood." Chapter 21, The Dornish Horse. Chapter text. Arianne stared at the setting sun. The howl of the dying was a bitter song, that sunk into the very bellows of her soul. Not so long ago, she had tried to flee to Highgarden to marry Willers Tyrell, yet here she was, attempting to sack his keep. The moral quandary tied her into knots. "I cannot have doubts, my father is relying on me," she thought, "my queen too." Yet they were losing. 100 of their men died by the hour. Highgarden's walls were high. It ought not have surprised her. Their archers were efficacious and her Dornish riders had not yet had the opportunity to actually ride. The arrival of Tarly men had been a quiet relief, for they knew the way of the land much better than she, and had come bearing some siege equipment, yet they had not been enough to turn the tide. "Willers will have sent a raven to the high towers by now. I'd say we have a fortnight before we're being slaughtered from behind as well as ahead, Princess," Lord Tarly said to her snippily. His son was tall, yet meek and untested. There was fear etched onto his youthful face. "Was this truly your plan? That Highgarden would fall before their reinforcements arrived? You should have followed the coast to Bitterbridge, we should have joined with our queen's forces and—" "Our queen? Is it? You have not met her. You declared for her, because of your dislike for them, those flowery stewards. Your loyalty is a fickle thing. My queen is my blood. In darkness, in light, she shall have me," Arianne said in a voice laced with passion. "We will win. We must. We have more men, more equipment. We have the just path, the right one. And they have the high ground and now a flank. Let us retreat to Hornhill. You serve your cousin poorly by having her Dornish riders decimated," Tarly said sharply. "Do you think Tywin Lannister such a bludgeoning fool that he will miss a chance to bleed us?" Agreeing with Randil Tarly brought only a wave of discomfort. To retreat, or not to retreat? She imagined her father's face. "You never retreat at Sivas, the minute you do, you've lost, daughter," he said in her head. He would have to rescue her again, and it would be further banners fluttering behind her brother's head then. Arianne failed. Arianne is too bold. Arianne this, Arianne that. She had to be clever. She had to prove herself. Men are not warriors before they've shed blood, and a princess does not rule before she has first won a victory. Lord Tarly did not think her capable, perhaps even her father had doubts. Had Nymeria not taken such risks? Had she not led her people with her cunning courage? Was Arianne not her descendant? The idea formed with a cold menacing cruelty. Men of honor like Tali, counted numbers, yet Arianne had watched her father play Sivas. The easiest way to win a game was deception. I know Willers. We've feasted together. Ate together. He is quick to trust and slow to anger. Arianne said carefully. You can retreat if you so desire. Your forces may go home, yet my own shall not, they shall go only as far as the forest edge, in the dead of night the deception shall go unnoticed. What deception? Daikon Tali pressed her. A slow smile spread across her lips. In dawn, a surrender is not given with a white flag. Arianne said slowly. It is given with a horse, a large wooden monument, a symbol of suppression, of respect. Tywin Lannister does not win wars with his honor intact. My own aunt learned of that the hard way. I shall have him taste his own cruelty. This wooden horse shall be hollow, and inside shall be our finest fighters, spearmen and shield men. These walls so high, we cannot climb, instead we shall be carried through the gates, for Willers is not so cold as to deny his foes of their one remaining dignity. If they think the weight of the monument is odd. If they hear a sound. If your little prank somehow succeeds, would the historians not tell of our queen winning her throne through craven means? You would give your cousin illegitimacy, not a keep. Lord Randall Tarly crossed his arms together. Robert Baratheon sat on a throne, and laid before him were 2 ruined children and my aunt, raped and defiled. Yet all you men of honor kneeled and supped from his cups. Golden crowns are quick to make men forget. Arianne said fluidly. There is a bitter truth, that only women seem to accept, there is no honor in war, only pain, mountains of it. Blood shall be spilled, I would rather it be theirs than ours. March your men behind the tree line, if not home. You can play your part if you so desire. I will have these gates opened, and when the high towers march to rescue their leal lord, they shall be faced with 1,000 of your arrows pointing at them, and then, we shall have the high ground. Elia could see that Barristan was furious. The sight of Sandor Clegane soiling the cloak of his venerated order, was an insult to the man whom had earned it honorably. He chewed his cheek, and for the first time, his stare seemed to scrutinize her. Sandor had a smug sort of grin on his face. We share a common cause. Elia said slowly. She was even beginning to doubt herself. Freeing Clegane had been a decision of impulse. As her belly swelled and her crown began to feel more natural, her anger at the mountain only seemed to reach new heights. She would be a mother soon, and the thought of what happened to her own weighed heavily. He will serve me well. The white cloak shall be as a retribution. He is a skilled fighter, and he is committed to offering me justice. I would rather you cleave to temperance than answer the call of long-sought justice, my queen. Barristan said swiftly, yet his gaze had softened. It irked her. Her hands fell to her belly where the babe stirred within her. He was looking at her as though she were a child, as though she were naive. Did you consult with King Robb on this matter? King Consort. Elia said snippily. Had all forgotten that he'd yielded his crown to her. That he did not want it, that birthright of hers, that she so scarcely desired herself. She was my mother, Sir Barristan, each day the mountain lives and draws breath, is an insult to the memory of her and my brother. I would not risk you in such a pursuit, nor yet Aereo, but Clegane is not so precious to her. Sandor Clegane laughed heartily. Sir Barristan seemed only a little reconciled. There was a silent delight, for Tywin Lannister to see Clegane in a white cloak, to have turned his own bannerman against him, to have him know that she had formed a queen's guard of her own. You will be outfitted, given gold, swords, whatever you require. Some men too if you desire. I ask only that you bring the mountain to me alive, no easy task, I concede, and if you should fall or be captured. Elia turned to Clegane, he nodded dully. You will send no men to save me. It is just as well, my brother is not like to put me in chains, so much as slay me standing. He said in his gruff way. Then he was gone, and she felt his blood on her hands. Would he succeed? Had she sent him to his death? And why did it feel as though such a thing would be welcomed by him? Was death not cold and quiet? A great big nothing. Did the allures of revenge render men without care for living? You should be resting, your grace. Sir Barristan said, and his hands were on her shoulders. She could hear them whisper. She's not long to go now. The maesters had whispered bed rest on numerous occasions. There's been no word from the Blackfish or Oriane. I'd venture to say that no news is good news. I'm quite certain your husband can handle matters of state. Your babe is soon to come. It may come as a distraction to you, yet to some it is a purpose. Her belly was a rounded sphere, and her stride had become more of a waddle, in truth, though no man was brave enough to confront her with such a truth. Her mother had not fared well on the birthing bed, and there was pain in Barristan's visage, as if he doubted that she too would have an easy time of it. There is something else, Elia said darkly, and if Sandor Clegane and his new white cloak had disappointed her Lord Commander, the shackleless dragon in her basement would scandalize him. I have freed the dragon. They do not belong in chains. I will handle its feeding and care, yet no man should venture into the dungeons until I am content that its wrath is contained. Your Grace. Barristan's teeth were scraping together now. I must insist. It is a child without a mother, a sad little creature, who I am newly confident does not mean me harm. I have heard the whispers of my empire, that stretches back further than you or I can imagine, and they tell me that dragons must not be caged. Elia crossed her arms. It is to their advice that I yield, for on this sole small matter, your wizened words hold no comprehension. It's odd. You rather sound like him, your grace. Sir Barristan said, and there was a smile again, and a bitter note of fury for her. She did not want to sound like him, to be like him. Roger. Twice over. Not Elia, not anymore. Did the sun not dim to the bright light of fire? Did snow not melt? Would he be proud of me? She asked so shakily, she wasn't entirely certain Sir Barristan could make her out. She knew his answer of course, for he'd told her as much in his dreams. My little dragon, with sunlight for scales. I am a dragon, she thought, it is time I began to act like one. Then it came, an odd tightening in her belly, and she considered for a moment that the dragon would have to go to sleep for a while, for it was a wolf she carried in her belly. Small councils were a chore, mainly as Robb Stark felt more impotent than ever. Moving pieces across a table lacked all excitement when you were not one of the pieces, but rather a king kept safe by a queen. Umber was proving to be a headache. He'd taken his role of Master of Laws to heart and spent 10 minutes every council, narrating a poorly scribed list of odd laws. Butchers must be in possession of scales, to ensure all are given the accurate amount of meat. I will have no more half-pound bags paraded as a pound. Our small folk are being scammed, as are we, my lords. The great Jon said. Northern mead must be served in every Riverland tavern. We might win the throne before concocting mundane reform, Lord Umber. Doran let out a wheezy grunt. I have news regarding fleets. The Danes have completed construction of a new war vessel and Lord Mallister tells me that repairs have been completed on his own warship, the Titan's Mercy. Excellent. Now we just need somewhere to point them. Lord Marndale let out a grunt. The Red Wine fleet is mobilizing. Must we bloody the Reach and leave Lannister lands thriving? Do we forget our true foe? The slayer of our sons. You might fight for a dragon queen, yet I fight for justice, and I grow impatient. Karstark let out a grunt, and then, the bickering commenced once more. Robb considered that he ought to have sent Karstark to fight the Ironborn, and not Glover. The old Lord of Karhold needed a distraction. Harbored fury only intensified to the ruin of all. The Dornish are marching through the Reach. The Golden Take keeps every day. Glover has led a force to retake the north from the Ironborn, and we hear, is making steady progress. Oberyn said in a steady voice, as he set his steely gaze on Karstark. We do not sit idle. Waiting is a punishment, more creative than any vengeance you can hope to ponder. Tywin must see that he cannot win, each day's delay is as a torture to him, filled with lamentations of the inevitable. Of all in this room, Lord Karstark, you will find none above me and my brother as committed to rolling Lannister heads. If we can be patient, then so can you. Karstark chewed his cheek furiously, yet fell silent. He could not argue against Oberyn's fury at Lannisters. Sometimes it felt like there was only a mirror separating the north from Dorne. Sir Barristan entered to dull acclaim, and the bend in his brow made Rob feel uneasy. What had she done? Elia found her way back to her room easily. Ario took the first watch and Barristan the second. The burden was too much shared between two, and it struck her that she would need to find a few more Kingsguard to alleviate the pressure. A problem for another the why, she decided. With the door closed, she slipped out of her dress and down to her small clothes. She stood in front of the mirror, one hand folded above her belly and the other beneath it. The yawn came all too easily. In that moment, bitter thought it made perfect sense to her why women were so often passed over in successions. There was a frailty in womanhood. The door slammed open, and she flinched. Rob stood in the doorway, brows bent and contorted. He was angry, it exuded from him like a foul smog. Barristan had told him. She did not know what would anger him more, the dragon or Clegane. As her eyes met with his, she decided it was neither. She hadn't asked him first. The anger dissolved when his gaze went to her hands and the babe they cradled. He let out a beleaguered sigh. Elia. He said slowly. Rhaenys, she thought, I'm Rhaenys. Elia nearly died on the birthing bed, perhaps Rhaenys would fare better. You are maddening. I'm sorry. I acted out of impulse. She said very slowly. Tentatively, he crossed the room to reach her. She guided his hand slowly to where their baby kicked and stirred. I should have asked you first, but I knew that you would say no. I feel as though I may not have time in such great supply. I was silly and you could have been killed. Freeing Clegane. Putting a sword in his hands. Unshackling a dragon. You carry my child in your belly, you might wear a crown, one that I have enabled you to wear, I might add, yet you are my wife. He said slowly. Elia chewed at her cheek. I do not infer you as my property, but that you might ask me permission to wander so blindly into danger, I might consider a requirement of the post. He crossed the room and sat on the edge of the bed. It struck her then, with the waning sunlight on his brow, that Rob had aged years in mere weeks. There was a tiny little patch of grey in his beard. I don't think I have long to go. Elia said slowly. Rob rolled his eyes. A set of eyes is all one needs to see that, perhaps in light of this, you might consider my fury well placed. Do you care nothing for the babe? If the dragon had he began, yet his voice broke off, as if it was too terrible to consider. You might be a queen, and we might be at war, and 1,000 things might feel more important, yet I thought, and foolish I was perhaps, that foremost of our concerns, might be our child and their safety. She chewed her cheek. She felt a tear roll down from her eye. The first Elia had thought only of her children, to hear Oberyn speak of her. Rhaegar had thought of war, prophecy and dragons. Was it the burden of all Targaryens to ponder out-of-reach concepts, of justice, deliverance and duty? And forget the precious lives all around them. The babe filled her head less these days, than her dark dreams, dragons and wars. Rob was like her mother. He thought of the babe. I feel as though I'm becoming him. She said slowly. Barristan had thought as much. Rob stared up at her slowly. You are being pulled in 50 different directions. I can relate to the feeling of an unwanted crown, and I only had one kingdom, and no babe to carry either. Rob's tone softened and he set her down on the bed. He perched in front of her and laid a gentle kiss on her belly. That is why, you must let me bear the weight of it for now, until the babe is here. Do you understand? Yes. Elia said softly, yet the Mad King was in her head, telling her not to give fire over to cold snow. Can I tell you something? You must promise you won't think me crazed, or unhinged. I shan't ever think that of you. He laughed lightly, and he clambered up to sit with her. His hands fell onto her neck and he laid a gentle kiss on her lips. I dream of him sometimes, my father. I dream of others too. The Conqueror. Viserys, the first, I think. They speak to me, they tell me things. Sometimes the Mad King is there too, and he tells me everything must burn. Elia said, and Rob almost flinched. They tell me that I fight the wrong war, that the true danger lies across the wall, a dark endless winter. I think they're real. Elia. The Maester says that nearer your time, sleep will become hard fought, it's merely a symptom. He smiled meekly. I dreamt before, too. She rubbed her belly idly. I'm a dreamer. I predicted Arya returning. She did. The quiet wolf will die first. I said that in dawn, before you or any of it, before your father died, and then he did. The wolves will fight with lions. I said that, months before. Elia said fluidly. There's a dragon in a wolf's pelt. Me. Daenerys dreamt of the fall of Valyria. Her kin listened to her, and weren't they glad they did? Robb was silent. He stared hard at an empty spot on the wall. My father dreamt too. I'm sure of it. Elia continued. He thought it was him, Robb, but it's not. It's me. The dragon has 3 heads. I have to find him, my brother. That's what he says. It has 3 heads, not just one, me, him. Another. Perhaps the baby and... Easy. Robb pulled her into his arms. Your brother died, sweeterling. He's gone. Your real father is downstairs, with a spear and all too many daughters. That you hear whispers in your sleep, is of no surprise to me. All of this is merely further evidence that you need rest now. Leave the war to me, leave the worry and fear. I'll keep you both safe. Dreams are just dreams, that some might suspiciously orbit the truth is coincidence. I knew you'd say that. Elia laughed meekly. You're more predictable than sunshine in dawn. Well, one of us has got to be. Robb smirked. He fluffed up a pillow. Elia felt a sharp pain in her belly. The Maestas says you've got a moon left before the babe. He might not have the gall to tie a queen into her bed, but I do. Sooner. Not a moon. Elia said distantly. Robb slowly slipped the covers atop her. She saw him drop his head into his hands, deep in thought. Then it came to her, a welcome promise. There's another wolf at the gates, Robb. He's with a woman, wild as the wind, but his brother's been called afar, by a raven of bloody renown. Then she fell asleep, and the last thing she heard were Robb's hurried steps. Rickon had grown 2 feet since he'd seen him last. A smile had split Robb's face apart when he found him at the gates, dirty and mottled by the sun. His mother had kissed Osha about 50 times on each cheek and the wilderling woman had looked most struck. He twirled him around and pressed countless kisses onto his cheeks, yet the dread had settled in soon after. Elia had been right, she'd made yet another accurate prediction. Bran went north. Rickon said dully, as Arya released him from her hug. Robb put his arms about his youngest siblings protectively. Why had Bran gone north? Ruined and crippled as he was. With Hojan and Mira. He's gone to meet the 3-eyed crow with Hodder. The bodies that Theon had blackened had not been Bran and Rickon. Robb chewed his cheeks, as grief returned to his mother. Bran was still gone, yet there was hope now, and hope was as crippling a thing as grief. We'll send word to Glover. He'll send some men in pursuit of Bran. Robb said steadily. His mother was only partially reassured. Shaggy Dog was quite happy to play with Grey Wind. The 2 wolves bounded down the hall together. A time for wolves. Arya said with a meek smile, as she watched the wolves play. If only Nymeria. Nymeria is right here, and you are late for your training. A Dornish voice came, and soon Arya was yanked away, tugged by her plait. Robb laughed dully, and his mother's arms then shrouded him. Her head settled in the crook of his neck. Elia told me he'd be at the gates. He said distantly. How can she? It matters not. She is gifted. Catelyn said. Gifted at returning his family to him, it seemed. Is she on bed rest? She seemed to agree with me this time. Robb rubbed at his neck. She says the baby is coming sooner than a month. I'm newly of the opinion that we ought to start listening to her. Perhaps. His mother's eyes widened. You'll be a good father. I know this, for you are a good brother. Elia watched Robb play with Rickon from her window. He bounced the little boy, barely 8, up and down on his shoulders as their wolves ran around at his feet. She felt an odd warmth coil within her. Would he play with their child in such a way? Little Eddard. If it was a girl, it struck her that they had no names planned. They certainly couldn't have another Elia. A knock came upon her door and she wordlessly ordered them inside. She considered that it was Caitlin, who often came to bore her with talk of embroidery and knitting. To her delight, it was her uncle, her father, her Oberyn. Once he'd been her everything, and perhaps, in some ways, he was still her first, her truest protector, her most loyal. I must admit to finding it hard to look at you. He sighed. You are still a little girl to me in my head. Well, I'm rather eagerly anticipating being little once more. Elia offered him a meek smile, and within a second, he'd crossed the room to hold her. His chin balanced on the top of her head, her belly was only a minor barrier. Her hands fell upon the small bit of parchment her father was holding. What's that? From Arianne. She wrote to your uncle Doran. I thought you ought to know before our illustrious king consort. She's taken Highgarden. Oberyn passed her the parchment. With a little trickery on her side, I'm certain. Dear father. I write to you from Highgarden. I have taken the first major keep for our queen. Much blood has been spent, yet our forces remain large and intact. I have crates of gold, grain and valuable hostages. It was no easy feat, yet I play Sivas as well as any. It was no honorable battle, it was subterfuge, yet the end is as glorious, and has come at a smaller cost. I await further orders from my queen. With love. Princess Arianne of Sunspear. I did not ask her to take Highgarden. Elia sighed. Oberyn hummed a little in response. He played with a strand of her hair. Can she hope to keep it? The Hightowers have a large army, and Robb says they are on the march. Fret not. The walls are high. She will have to hold it now, to lose it would be to shame us. That is why I ask leave of my sweetest daughter, and the fairest queen, to travel there, to advise my most bold niece. Oberyn said slowly. She has Willers Tyrell hostage, a man I consider a friend. I would ensure that he's treated well in his captivity. I would try to find peace with him, if such a thing is possible. I don't want you to go. Elia said, and there were tears now. He rubbed them away with his thumb. Neither yet do I, yet you are well protected here. Tywin Lannister will throw all at retaking Highgarden. Joffrey's future queen hails from there, and doubtlessly he has need for its gold and grain. Arianne has proven herself, to be certain, yet my spear may yet be needed there. Oberyn said calmly. I did not want for you to wear a crown, I wished only for a smile, yet now I must give you both or watch you suffer having neither. If it's a girl, I'll name her Oberynna. Elia laughed, and he laughed with her. Please don't. That's a hideous name. He kissed her forehead. Name her something happy, something Dornish. You might have been born a dragon, yet your heart is in Dorne. Mance Rayder had 100,000. Maester Aemon had not neglected basic arithmetic in his studies at Old Town. Jon Snow had delivered them only ominous tidings when he'd returned from his service over the wall. They could not hope to win without help, he knew that with great certainty. They could hold out for a night, mayhaps two, but not forever. Lord Commander Mormont was dead and no replacement had yet been secured. The laws of the Watch were clear: until one could be elected, the command of the Watch fell to its maester. He would have only a few months of power, if not, weeks. It seems obvious to me. Maester Aemon said wearily to his people. His weakened voice did not hold the same sway as Mormont's had, yet all did him the dignity of listening. We have asked for help, from King Joffrey, from King Stannis, from each and every claimant, yet none have done us the dignity of even a letter of acknowledgement, all except one, a queen, of mine own blood. Yet she does not know of the pressing threat, as intimately as we. I myself shall travel to inform her of the encroaching darkness and the burden of her inheritance. The Song of Ice and Fire, she would have to hear it, if she had not already, in her mind's wandering. The true threat lay to war, and far beyond it. She would have to see that. Jon Snow took a long gulp. I shall travel to bear the warning. Robb is my brother and the Lord of Winterfell, as well as her king. He said firmly. Maester Aemon smiled, for they were the same in that moment, seeking lawful cause to visit long-lost relatives. If you would allow me, Maester. I should bear the warning. My family, and myself, were stalwart protectors of House Targaryen. During Robert's rebellion, she will recall my family's service to her father. Sir Alisa Thorne spoke above the rabble. Emond let out a weary chuckle, a third soul, wishing for recognition of his servitude. Do you forget mine own name? Long sundered from me. The queen is mine own kin. Emond said resolutely. He felt less old, less weary, when he thought of her. She will listen to me, yet if it is to be so, then I suppose 3 voices speak louder than one. Brother Ed, the wall shall fall to you in our absence, yet we shall not be long in returning. It struck him, rather coldly, that his feeble body would fail him before the journey was completed. He did not have any hope of his own returning. His part in the song was coming to its close. He was to be a messenger, its herald, not a warrior nor yet its king. It was his burden, a small part, long in the waiting. His chains weighed heavily around his neck. Others would give their swords, their shields, he would give his voice. It was all that remained to him. Chapter 22, With the Gods. Summary. Skip the end of this chapter if you have any sort of birth trauma, run and hide from this chapter, I'm very sorry. Chapter text. Elia could not sleep a wink. No position was comfortable. Her belly got in the way of just about everything she tried to do, ruling most of all. Rob could only hug her from the back now, and even the warmth of his body pressed against hers, felt newly sweaty and suffocating. His hands would often splay out over the swell of her belly. He would speak to the child within, sing to it too, but only when he was convinced she was sleeping. With every one of her flinches, he would fall into a mindless panic. Only her smile would calm him. Since her father left, her Dornish one, she felt listless and without energy. If she were to die on the birthing bed, she would never see him again. Who would call a viper sweet then? Rob pressed kisses into her neck, and they soothed her, if only a little. Are you sure you don't want me to get the Maester? What if it's time? Rob let out a sigh as she flinched again. Her muscles felt taut and sore. She flinched again, but it was merely a cramp in her thigh. Right, I'm going to get him, this isn't. It's just a cramp. She let out a roll of laughter. Little Eddard isn't coming out to meet his daddy today. I don't think I'll ever get used to being called that. Rob sighed. Fathers are old. Fathers know everything. Mine did. Well, you're older than me. It ought to be easier for you than me. Elia sighed. She put her hand atop Rob's and moved it gently to where the babe kicked. All the same, I'm quite looking forward to being liberated from this torment soon. Being pregnant is misery. Me too. Then I can have my fun with ye again. He smiled devilishly. Not too soon. I'm newly acquainted with the consequences of fun with you. Elia giggled. He's a big babe. That means he's healthy. The Maester said. And harder to push out. Aye. Healthy, and mischievous. Rob kissed her firmly. The future king or queen of the 7 kingdoms, gods help us all, and mine to raise. You were a good king. They'll have a good teacher. She mused slowly. Better than me. I'm all impulse. Aye, that you are. Rob sighed. They had never exactly gotten over their last argument, love had come to overshadow it. I love you. I don't tell ye enough. Yes you do, every day, when you wear my crown for me and handle all my wars and wayward relatives. Elia touched his cheek. I don't know if Arianne has helped us or given us a new front to fight. I find myself worried about another corner of the world. She's done a bit of both, I'd say. With any luck Lord Jon and his forces will get there on time to crush the High Towers. Oberyn will be with them, I should think, and I wouldn't wish to be a Lannister facing him in battle. Rob mused. Yet you shouldn't be thinking of all that. Rest, calm, relaxation, that's all my queen has to think about. And feeding the dragon in the dungeon. She cocked an eyebrow. A few of my men dropped some carrion down there, so you need not even fret about that. Rob sent her a warning glance. He slipped off the bed and handed her a small apple. His hand went back to her belly. I'm more worried about feeding this little dragon. When the boat docked at Seaguard, Ellaria thought her journey had been for nothing, for Lord Malister's son had told her rather firmly, with 2 of her daughters clutched to her hand and her newest one at her bosom, that he could not allow her access to the Queen. If her father had not been so coincidentally inspecting galleys for Doran that day, she would have found herself without a cart to make the journey. "Daughter, you have traveled long with a young babe," he said paternalistically, yet Elaria brushed him aside. "Come, I shall have a wagon for you. You have missed Oberyn by only a week or two. He has gone to Highgarden to assist Arianne. The princess has taken the keep in conquest. There is much more to say, of dragons, war and fighting." She had missed reuniting with Oberyn. He would have to wait to meet his daughter. Her grief lasted a short while however before it was amplified, for Harwen had more news for her. "The queen is close to laboring with a child," he said grimly. "She carries large. Doran worries that. Doran worries for naught. I shall see her through it," Elaria said steadfast. Wyler shifted beside her uncomfortably, clutching Obala on her lap. "And Oberyn left her in such a condition. She is well tended. What is a man to do in the face of the birthing bed, Elaria? Distance is comforting in such a circumstance. Fathers do not like to hear their daughters labor," Harwen said carefully. He could have held her hand, Elaria thought, as he'd held hers, and Elia's. Perhaps Harwen was right. To see his little Dornish dragon in pain would have been a pain too unbearable for a viper. "I have news of my own," Elaria said slowly. "Yet I shall save it for Doran. I must admit to not knowing what course to take. Should truths be told if they bring only suffering, father? Yet need this truth be so dismal?" She was not convinced it was. "Truths always come to light, one way or another," Harwen said dismally. "Our queen is evidence of that. Oberyn wished her birth kept secret, to protect her, yet dragons are always quick to escape their chains. They long to fly. She wasn't her queen, she was her daughter. She had always been, from the first latch. Elia Martell would have wanted her child to have a mother. If she herself were to die, she would wish for a kind soul to take her own children under her wing. All that mothers craved for was their children to be surrounded by family, by kin, by sisters, mothers, fathers, even brothers. Would Elia Martell have wanted her little Rhaenys to have her brother? Even if he'd been born from her own pain. Elaria was brought through the gates of Riverrun and taken first to Doran, for the queen was sleeping, and not a soul dared to interrupt her. The moon loomed heavily above Elaria. She glanced firstly at her father, and then at Wyler. Doran looked weary, yet dignified. "Father, might you leave us?" she asked him timidly. He left grudgingly. She had intended to tell Oberyn, yet he was gone, his brother would have to do. "Doran. Elaria. It pleases my heart to see you here, in the nick of time I would say. Elia shall be relieved to have you with her when her babe comes." Doran sighed. Elaria chewed her cheek. "What is it?" "There has been another deception, Doran. I have uncovered it by happenstance." Elaria sat down. The dragon drapings on the wall felt almost foreboding to her. "Wyler, tell him." My lord." "Prince, I mean." Wyler began earnestly. "I was a kitchen wench for the Danes of Starfall. I was a nursemaid to Lady Ashura's babe. For all of an hour before it passed, I was a nursemaid to another, a boy. I care little of nursemaids and ill-fated bastards, Elaria." Doran sighed wearily. "You will care to hear of this one, born to Lyanna Stark, whom died on the birthing bed." Elaria leant across the table. She watched the Prince of Sunspear turn pale and waxy. A boy, taken by his uncle, Lord Eddard Stark, and raised as his bastard, whose identity was kept secret. Aemon, whose father is our queen's very own. A bastard, a black Fyrll. 2 brothers made their promises. She makes this up. A wet nurse's folly." Doran raised his hands. "You mean to tell me that Robb Stark's bastard brother is not his own, but Rhaenys? That Rhaegar seeded that Stark whore? I refuse to." "It is true." Elaria crossed her arms. "Wyler told me not knowing the importance." "Doran, Elia must be told." "No one." Doran said firmly. His eyes were wide and clawing. She had made a mistake in telling him. Children were not to blame for their conception, neither daughters nor sons. "I did not take you for a fool, Elaria. Should this rumor gain any sort of prominence, the men of the realm would think his claim better. All these northern lords would not bend the knee to a Dornish girl when a Stark son drew breath. No, no, I will not have this. It is nothing, nothing, yet another wound to be lashed upon my sister. He is her brother, must you assume that his existence would be as a plague to her and not a blessing? Ellaria kept her voice quiet, yet fierce it remained. What has become of this boy? Is he here? Lord Eddard raised him as his own son, did he not? He was raised as Robb Stark's brother, to be honorable, I assume. Isn't that all Eddard Stark prattled about? He has taken the black, a small comfort, should your wench speak truthfully. Doran was shaking. His hands dug scrapes into the handles of his chair. This cannot leave this room, Ellaria, you are naive, men do not bend their knees so easily to girls, and if she should deliver a daughter, or nothing at all, they will whisper that the last male heir to House Targaryen lives and breathes, and bears no Dornish blood. The minute she displeases those vulturous lords, sets her taxes too high for their liking, they shall turn their cloaks, even if the boy himself does not wish for her crown. A member of the Night's Watch cannot stake a claim to anything, you are sounding rather naive yourself. Ellaria snapped. I will not keep a secret from my daughter. I refuse. I sought only your guidance on how to tell her. She is not your daughter. Doran stood to his feet. Ellaria was shocked for a moment, for the movement was stiff and ill-practiced. His voice caught in his throat, his jowls quivered. For nigh on 17 years, I have bided my time, for her. Every move, every thought, in service of this moment, that has become so torturously close. For my sister, for my kin, to have that seat, of swords and iron, her birthright. Now you deliver upon me news, that there is another, a product of my sister's anguish, the child of another woman, the progenitor of her pain, and you. What, Doran? Do you know what I think? You want her to sit in that seat, not for her nor for the kingdoms. You want her to sit in that awful seat to ease your guilt. You could not save your sister, so you blame the realm, and Rhaegar and Lannisters, and you are right too, I should think, but it is all in service of you, to ease that empty pit inside that says, I should have done more. Ellaria said. You will put that girl on that seat, perhaps the swords shall stab her as she sits, and you think that feeling you have will go away then, when she is crowned before all, but it won't. It will never go away. 3 brothers. He said coldly. 3 brothers made their promises, not 2. If word escapes of this boy's existence, I shall have to have him dealt with. Would that make her smile, Doran, to coat her path to power in blood? I think not. Would it make Elia smile? The first one, whom you loved so much, to have innocent blood spilled in her name? She said. He was silent for a moment, considering. How can you have gotten it so wrong? Then Ellaria laughed, for Doran Martell was a pitiable thing, rendered blind by his harbored slights. Doran Martell thought a throne would allow his sister's ghost to rest, yet Ellaria Sand knew that only a smile could achieve such a thing. Catelyn had felt homeless since her last babe had left her arms. He was returned to her, yet older and less needy. There would be a babe soon, a grandchild, and she took silent delight in having full arms once more. Elia had grudgingly agreed to having her in the birthing chamber, alongside the Maester and 2 of her handmaids. Catelyn had birthed many babes before and she would guide the queen through it. The Great Jon had promised to guide Robb through it, which Catelyn was certain involved a great deal of mead and revelry to drown out Elia's screams. Men had no place on the birthing bed. It was for women, and women only, a sacred thing, if not often a quiet thing. Does the water have to be this cold? Elia sighed, as Catelyn slowly unwound her dressing robe. Her belly had dropped, a surefire way of knowing that her time was coming. The queen slowly slipped into the bath, flinching from the chill of it. Her bump poked out from the water's surface. She was pink-cheeked and youthful. Queens ought not look so fragile. I hate being pregnant. Well, you shan't be for much longer. Catelyn sighed. Does the babe yet kick? Are you still counting? He doesn't kick so much anymore. Vimen says he's not a lot of room. Elia sighed and she ran a careful hand over the rounded mound. Nymeria says I'm going to pop, like a rotten coconut. Nymeria reminds me of Arya and ought not to be listened to on matters of womanhood. Catelyn sighed and began to wash Elia's hair. She had such thin silky black strands, yet all too many of them. Sansa's hair had been thick and red. The Tugs had been relentless with her eldest daughter, yet it was not so with Elia. She's getting along with my sisters. My father says she's very good with her little needle. Elia sighed. Rickon is attached to Rob's hip. Your family is close, like mine. It is nice, I think. If I do not make it, the baby will have a lot of people who love them. I take comfort in that. You must not think like that. I will see you through it, haven't I promised you that already? Catelyn set her hair over the side of her shoulder. Her shoulder blades were dainty, like little fish bones. Do you and Rob have any names? None for a girl. Something Dornish, I think. Elia said distantly, her fingers prodding her belly idly. For a boy, well, there was only one name we really. Oberyn. Catelyn laughed. No, Eddard. Elia peered up at Catelyn from behind her eyelashes. Catelyn felt numb for a second, then the smile came, and it was an uncertain thing. He meant so much to Rob. To me too. Catelyn returned to brushing through Elia's hair. King Eddard has a certain ring to it. Better than Joffrey. She offered a giggle. A knock came upon the door, and Catelyn moved to answer it. Standing in the doorway was a woman, her hair was black as sin. She was tall and wraith-like, wearing rich honey robes. She had high cheekbones and sharp jutting features. Elia had many Dornish handmaidens. For a small moment Catelyn thought she was yet another of them, then came the splash of water. Ellaria! Elia exclaimed, and she ripped out of the water, quickly tying herself up in her dressing gown. She thrust herself into the woman's waiting arms. You have become a woman in my absence. Ellaria said slowly, and her hands found the swell of her babe. A queen too. You are as I raised you to be, strong. Are you not? I suppose a little. Elia laughed uncertainly. Why are you here? The babe and all is well with little Lorza. I am sorry to have missed Oberyn, yet happy to see you nonetheless. Ellaria said slowly. This is Lady Catelyn, Rob's mother. Elia made the introduction swiftly. Ellaria offered her a hesitant smile. I am glad to have you here, Ellaria. Will you stay? Until the baby. Why do you think I have come? Silly girl. Until the baby and long after. Yet there is something I must tell you, Elia. Ellaria said resolutely. Catelyn watched Elia take a long gulp. In private. Elia was still sticky and wet from her bath. Ellaria moved her slowly across to the vanity table, where she began to brush her hair, just like she had before, when Elia was nothing but a little bastard girl from Dorne. The babe kicked a little, as if the cold bath had jostled them awake. They felt low down, as if they were in her pelvis. I don't have long to go. Elia said slowly. Ellaria smiled only meekly. I'm frightened. What if I die? My mother was a strong woman who survived 2 births. Ellaria corrected her sharply. Elia felt her hair being braided. Now, there is something I must tell you, Elia. It is. I have stumbled rather accidentally upon it, yet it is the time for truth, don't you think? Secrets ought not be kept, for in the shadows, they serve no one. Must you speak so cryptically? Elia rolled her eyes. I hired a lady to help with the girls. She had been a wet nurse at Starfall, to Lady Ashura's child who was not long for living. As one babe died, another was born. The mother had died on the birthing bed. Her brother had come to her bedside, and there he found Wyler and the little babe. Ellaria soothed her fingers through Elia's hair. The mother was Lyanna Stark and the brother, Lord Eddard, your husband's father. Lyanna. Elia tried the name out on her tongue. The woman whom her father had left her mother for. She'd had a baby. Her brows knitted together and an odd tightening gnawed at her middle. If she'd had a baby, it would have to have belonged to her father. To Rhaegar. His voice was in her head. I'm sorry, I told you there was a dragon at the wall. It was a boy, Elia, with dark hair, grey eyes. He lived, and Lord Eddard took him home, to Winterfell, to raise as his own. Ellaria said in a resolute way. Elia shook her head. Rob's brother. Her brother. It was Rhaegar's child. Lyanna said his name was Aemon, yet Lord Stark gave him a new name. Elia sighed. It all clicked together, sewn together like some awful patchwork quilt. Find your brother. Find him. Jon. You have a brother, Elia. Ellaria said, as though it need not be bad news. My brother is dead. She stammered, and her belly was tight again. How could he have hurt her mother like that? The dragon must have 3 heads, yet she could not give him the 3rd, he'd sought another for the last. Smashed to bits. He's dead, he's dead. I don't know. He is yet a bastard, who has taken the black, his claim is cinders. Ellaria said slowly. Yet it was not his claim she grieved for, it was her mother. It is a lie. Elia stood up, her plait unfurling down her back. Ellaria had a look of temperance. Promise me, Ned. Promise me, Oberyn. How many brothers had picked up the pieces of the ruin her father had sown? She was enough, she was, a dragon in wolf's pelt. It was never me. It was him, it was Jon. She did not know his face, nor his soul. He lived through the stories Robb had given her, his brother, not hers. She felt an awe in her middle, and doubled over, she leant against the edge of the vanity. Doran thinks he's a threat, he will whisper to you that your lords will think his claim is better, but he was just a child, like you. Lost, motherless. Ellaria said. You should send for him. There is nothing more terrible than a Targaryen alone in the world. We have loved and nurtured you as best we could, kissed by sun, and kissed by snow, but you are both hewn from fire. It matters. What separates you is less than what unifies. Enough, just enough. Please. Elia had not realized she was crying. Then it came, a guttural cry, and a wash of awful tightening muscle pain. Elia. I think it's happening. She grunted. Jon didn't matter. Aemon, or whatever his name was or wasn't. She mattered. Her mother mattered. He left her mother for his. He left her, for him. Ellaria looked panic-stricken for a moment. I'll get a maester. Just stay calm, all will be well. Ellaria soothed. How could it be all right? How could anything ever be well again? Elia, take a deep breath. This is too much. She said, too much all at once. Ow, ow, it hurts. Ellaria rushed off. Elia tried to steady herself on the vanity, something wet was dripping down her leg, a little trickle. There were thundering steps down the hall, and it struck her in that moment that Maester Vimmon was fast indeed, and certainly worthy of a position as Grand Maester. Elia. Yet it was not Vimmon, it was Robb, and his eyes were wide and panicked. His arms stabilized her. It's time. I heard you screaming, I heard. It hurts, Elia whimpered. It can't be true. It can't be. It is. He said with a slow laugh. He did not know. It was yet a secret from him. I know it hurts, but I'll be over soon. Vimmon is coming, isn't he? Let's get you in bed. My mother will be fussing over you soon. For now, you'll have to make do with me. I don't want to sit. Elia shook him off. He rubbed a circle into her back. I want my mother. I think I've always wanted her. I have always felt empty inside. Robb was silent, for he had no words to offer in the shadow of her soliloquy. She let out a slow grunt as her belly tightened once more. If only my father had wanted her. Elia continued. It seemed an odd thing, to think of the past when the future was preparing to slip free from her. I'm not the song. I'm not ice and fire. The babe and him, he is too, but the dragon has 3 heads, Stop it. Breath in and out. Robb paced the room. I can stay, I'll stay with ye. No, you shall not. A sharp voice came from the doorway. Catelyn Tully had come to fret. Robb looked up at her wearily, yet she ushered him from the room before Elia could try to memorize the features of his face. If she were to die, she would like to think of his curls and his dark emerald eyes, yet now she could not remember his face, all she could think of was the pain, and the snow. The birthing chamber was exactly as Catelyn had planned. Little candles flickered on nightstands and a bath had been poured and filled with rose petals. The handmaids moved with careful calm and Maester Vimen checked Elia's progress every half hour or so. She wanted it to be perfect, easy, yet Elia did not labor like Caitlin had. She wrought. Get it out. Just get it out. She grunted into her pillow. She was on all fours and her moans had begun to sound like a sow at the slaughter. Elaria smoothed her back, with a look of guilt plastered across her face. I can't do it, I can't. Yes, you can. Caitlin said resolutely. Push through it. She's only half a hand. Vimen whispered to Elaria, who let out an audible wince before crawling into bed beside the queen. My queen, a change of position, perhaps the bath. I don't want a fucking bath, I want it out of me. Elia screamed, and Vimen flinched. I'm going to die. No you're not, you silly girl. You are not ready to push, you must only endure, reserve your strength. Elaria said and clutched the girl's hand. Endure. In, out. It will be over soon. Yet it wasn't to be so simple. An hour turned into 3, and Elia was only little over half a hand. She was tired and weary, the whites of her eyes, drowning out the irises. Caitlin herself was exhausted, from constant changing of positions. The current involved Elia standing and pressed firmly into her chest, for Elaria was busy concocting a supposedly magical tincture that would ease the muscle spasms. It feels hard, it feels wrong. She wept, the screams dying out to whimper. Monster! Monster! Get it out of me! He can't be my brother! He can't! The Lord of Cider Hall stood tall on the ramparts. Smoke spilled out from the sacked keep, widows wailed and fathers wept over ruined sons. The Targaryen banner fluttered above them, yet for a small moment, to Edmure Tully, it did not seem like such a righteous thing. Thrones cannot be won without spilled blood. His uncle whispered to him. I do not yield. I served Targaryens before. All they brought me was dead sons. I say no more. Go on then, do it, take my head from my cursed shoulders, let us be done with it. Lord Fossoe said with not a lick of fear. John Connington kicked him down to the block. A clean death, Edmure reassured himself, a kinder fate than the boys down below. Let your mark be clean. Yet it wasn't. It took 3 strikes and 5 ragged breaths from Fossoe. With his last breath he whispered, so very quietly, a large gash in his neck. It's cold. Dying. The great Yon filled his cup with northern ale and bid the minstrels sing louder, yet nothing could drown out her screaming. It echoed through the halls, like a melancholic whimper. What if she died? What would become of him then? Would he pick up his sundered crown? Or would he think to join her in death? With a carved-out heart it struck him the latter might be more palatable. It's a bloody business. Men fight their battles with swords and shields. The great Yon said to Robb. He slapped him on the shoulder. Yet women fight wars with their own bodies, with their minds. Many men will tell ye, that the lack of a cock and muscle make women weaker. Yet you need only listen to the wail of a birthing mother to know that they possess more grit than we. Better them than us. Lord Marndaeli took a long swig from his own cup. That's what I say. Yet Robb would have marched 50 miles through blistering rain, snow and hail, just to bear only a little of Elia's pain. Somehow, Elia managed to sleep, though marked by pain and weariness it was. She was in the dark place again, wandering unsteadily on sore bleeding feet. The harp was playing, and her belly was tight and sore, yet she was not fat, not any longer, she was slender and frail. Let me bear your pain. I've done it before. A weary voice came, ethereal and imprecise. Helena, she decided. Many of us have. Too many times, some would say. Another voice came, regal and calculated. I dreamt only once, yet it was enough to be bid entry to these hallowed lands. Fire is such a terrible death, yet the childbed is worse, my mother knew that. It is no simple thing, to be a mother and a queen at once. Yet you are the last of my own true blood, my heir. A woman, atop the Iron Throne, yet the cost you may yet find unpayable. The woman was wearing her crown, Jehariza's crown. She smiled wearily and played with Elia's hair, her violet eyes awash with long-settled pain. I'm sorry. He said again, in that voice she craved never to hear again. Why did he have to be so pathetic? And then another wash of pain came, so strong it ripped her out of the darkness, and he spoke again as the light claimed her. Let me bear it too. Lash me with your pain, it is no less than I deserve. Her eyes flitted open, and the maester's hand was between her legs. She writhed in panic, yet Caitlin steadied her. Making progress. Finally. Your Grace, you may feel a burning, and a need to push, but you are not quite there yet. Vimon's voice quavered. There was sweat pouring from her forehead. I'm sorry. Elaria whispered too. I should not have told you. No, not your fault. Elia struggled. The maester was right, she felt the need to push. The weight upon her pelvis felt heavy and solid. She needed to be rid of the pain, the burden. She wanted to push. She clenched. Not yet, Elia, we must ease the babe into position. Caitlin said slowly. Come, to your feet again, a little movement might pull him down further. And so she walked, and screamed, and wished for it all to be over, yet there was a hand on her shoulder and a voice in her ear, and as he touched her, the pain slipped away into an out-of-reach ether. Willa's Tyrell was white as a sheet. The white marble floors of Highgarden were sprinkled red. Ariane's plan had worked. In the courtyard the hollow horse sat as a haunting spectre. There is more than one way to win a war, she thought. There was more to battle than formations, tactics and flanking. My sister is to be wed to the king. My father is in King's Landing. My youngest brother is sworn to the Kingsguard. Willers said quietly. His jowls were quivering. What you ask of me, I cannot offer. We roses, are chained to the lion's cause. Our roots are entwined. If I bend my knee, what becomes of my kin? My father. Either I am disowned or they are taken captive. Kill me if you must, princess, for I do not yield to your queen, I cannot. I do not wish to have you killed, my lord. Ariane stepped through a puddle of blood to sit beside him. She accepted the full cup of arbor white he offered her. Randil Tali let out a loud grunt. He thought her weak, even in spite of her victory. The laws of war were simple. If a liege lord does not yield, his life was forfeit. It was how banners were turned, how keeps were kept, and queens come to be respected. When I was a young girl, Willers, I thought to run here, to marry you, to bring power to my family. You were perhaps the only girl who desired Willers the cripple. He laughed heartily. She could not think why, for he was handsome. Even his cane was gilded gold. Her brows bent. Now your family is powerful enough without me. Derive your strength from my doom, but do make it quick. Tali is already trying to decide where he's going to hang Heartspan. Aren't you? You've always hungered for my father's seat, well, now I expect you shall have it. I hope it brings you pleasure. My queen does not wish to make extinct any great house. Ariane said slowly, and Tali put a hand on her shoulder. They will think you weak if you do not have me killed. They will call you the gentler sex and use it as cause to sweep you aside. Willers whispered to her, very slowly, and then the smile came, for Ariane did not need to be told such an obvious thing. Those thought weak are so very frequently underestimated. Don't you think? It is an advantage. Ariane said, and she pulled to her feet. I will let you think on it, my lord, perhaps in a morn or two, your heart might yet be swayed. Pushing wasn't supposed to last so long, Elaria knew that too well. Her first and only boy had been a battle, nothing seemed to move him, no amount of grit or perseverance. This was her fault. A conflicted soul found only strife on the birthing bed. The revelation Elaria had dropped upon her daughter, had caused this. She was certain. She patted Elia's forehead with a cold cloth. Her cheeks were red and her honeyed skin, mottled and grey. Harder. Clutch my hand. Elaria said resolutely. Elia's cheeks filled up with air, and when she exhaled a great roar came bellowing from her chest. Get it out of me. Elia wept. Get it out. Oh please, it's a monster. Monster. It was a babe, not a monster. A fractured mind could so very often confuse the two, for babes were as beasts when they were caught in narrow pelvises. Another good push like that, your grace. If I can get a hold of the shoulders I can. Vimon broke off. Rip it out. Tearing her as he did. Elia was all out of energy, she sagged onto Caitlyn's arm. Elaria glanced up at the woman, a stranger she'd known less than a day, and knew immediately that their thoughts were as one. She was going to die. She needs to push, she needs to. Elia. Come now, come. Caitlyn said. The handmaids who had been so calm before, were numb and rooted to their spots, idly holding swaddling for a babe that did not seem to wish to be born. She can't die, Elaria manifested. The king is asking for an update. One handmaid came to the door. Tell him it's going excellently. Caitlyn said firmly. The last thing they needed was a meddling father. Elia gave a long push, yet her grunting seemed different, and there was a flicker of excitement in Vimon's eyes, as if he'd seen a little halo of light in a dark cave. Another like that. Yes, excellent, Your Grace. He said, and his hands were out, as if he was expecting something to fill them soon. Elaria held her breath. I've done it before. Elia said slowly, as she grunted and rolled, her eyes blank and empty. Once, twice, 3, 4, 5, 6, the last, she gave me a fight, like this one, too much like this one. She was losing her mind from exhaustion. The final push was something of a scream, yet the stillness that followed it was as haunting as it was telling. It was over. Yet there was no crying, and Vimon was wide-eyed. Elia was static, like a doll long shaken out of shape. Why isn't it crying? Elaria stammered out. Vimon could not seem to move. A handmaid peered over his shoulder, and she turned grey, like a ghost, and then it came, the scurrying of her steps and the audible sound of her retching outside the door. Elia pulled herself upright. My baby. She said numbly, her hands held out, yet empty, all too empty. Elaria took a slow step toward Vimon. You should be rubbing its back, Vimon. If it does not cry, you must clear its airways. Caitlyn snapped at him. She blustered across the room, but before her arms could claim the babe, she too froze up, like a statue. Monster. The second handmaid said, and Elia was crying now. Not a monster, Elaria thought, a little dragon. It was a broken little thing, with skin so slippery and grey. It had little bumps on its back, as if it had started to grow wings. It had eyes, almost melted closed, with small little slits for a nose. A shock of white hair had spurted out of the top of its pointed head, intermingled with strands of auburn. She could look no longer. Nothing was to be done for the sorry thing, yet Elia was there and she was crying, and Elaria draped herself over her child as she cried and shook. I know this pain. She said slowly. I know it. I feel it with you. Was it a boy? She managed out. Elaria looked up at Vimon. She knew the answer already. Impossible to tell. Some lies were kind, she realized, necessary. A boy. Elaria kissed her brow. It was a boy. My sweet, sweet girl. There will be more children one day, more joy, though you shall not feel it for a while. I want to see him. Elia said slowly, her voice was oddly measured. Please. Your Grace, I would advise. Am I not your queen? I give you a command. She said slowly, yet as fierce as any mother Elaria had ever heard. Tears were for sadness, true grief came as a wash of numbness. Vimon was careful to swaddle the babe tightly, so that only a small portion of its face was visible, yet she could see enough to know that something was desperately wrong. The skin was almost scaly. I'm sorry. She said slowly, not caring for the many eyes in the room, nor yet the maester peering eagerly between her legs. A dragon. White hair. Scales. Her father's blood. His fault. Her fault too. She moved the swaddling aside, to see the odd crest on its forehead, the small little patch of silvery scales. What a mess, what a poor little messy thing. In Valyria we lay with our dragons. We carry their blood in our veins. Sometimes, we have their children. Elaria said, yet her face shifted from her own to another, a plump face with a set of violet eyes. It is our burden, our gift. A dragon is not meant to fill a womb, but an egg. What are wings? To a flightless thing. There is no point in their living. They come and they go. Make your peace with it, child, spend your tears quickly. Stop it. Elia said, and her brows bent. You only talk to me in my dreams. Yet he was in the doorway, tall and bleeding from his chest, and the stunted babe in her arms moved, if only slightly. There were gasps, from Caitlin, from Vimen, from Elaria, and her belly felt tight again, like it had before. You have to push again, daughter, he said. You must find your strength. The afterbirth. Elaria exclaimed, oblivious to the white-haired spectator. No, no, another babe. I can see its head, he said, still shaken. It moved. Elia peered down at the broken bundle, at her ill-made little child. She did not care for whatever was happening between her legs. Would it be another stunted thing? Yet this one was here, and it had moved. It moved. Let me. Caitlin said, and their eyes met, watery and strained. Caitlin moved to the corner of the room. Elia screamed and wept, yet she was Elaria's charge, and Vimen's. The odd little thing in a tight swaddle was hers. Its chest moved up and down, yet slowly, irregularly. It would die soon, she knew. It was too broken to live. Her disgust settled low in her stomach. It was still a baby, whatever else it was. Its appearance was not its fault. The gods had been cruel, yet they yet watched. She would hold it until it went to meet them, and so she did, back and forth, slowly and almost frantically. Die, she thought, die, die, die. For only in death could such a malformed thing ever find any peace. It was wrong, a curse, a blood curse. Elia had birthed a dragon. Then she sung, for was it not Rob's child Rue, though afflicted by Targaryen taint it seemed to be, did it not have a little auburn curl? She had sung to him when he'd been born, in that very same room, with the candles and petal-filled bath. You will be with the gods soon, she thought, they will hold you long after me. On the bed, Elia was laboring loudly. Her breaths were agonal and struggled. As the little thing in Caitlin's arms drew it a last, its twin drew its first. Healthy and hale, Vimen announced, as babe cried as loud as a roaring thunder. A girl, your grace, a princess. Chapter 23, A Name for a Dragon. Chapter text. Rob wasn't entirely certain what was worse, the screaming or the eerie silence that followed it. His mead cup was half empty and his nails long bitten down into the quick. Even the great Jon held his breath, waiting for the cry of a babe taking its first, yet the silence dragged on, seemingly without end. It was maddening. He tried to stand up, yet Mandaeli pulled him back down, sloshing his cup full with ale again. Wyler never cried. Mandaeli reassured. It's something of a myth, your grace. Finish that ale. Sir Barristan was white as a sheet watching the door, and when it battered open a handmaid fluttered through. She was Dornish, yet her skin was now paler than a pox-marked girl from Mole's Town. She doubled over and released a mouthful of bile. Rob felt dread cool in his center. Oi! Girl, get over here. How fares the queen? The great Jon yanked her, and she looked truly terrified then with all 7 feet of him standing above her. She shook her head quickly. Monster! She said slowly, and quivering like a leaf she ran off. Mandaeli chewed a cheek. The silence persisted, pregnant with atmosphere. Rob downed the ale. Waiting was worse than anything, worse than fighting, worse even than grief. My Anuk was a she-demon during birth. Doubtlessly the queen has snapped at her. The great Jon rationed. She'll need a new handmaiden. Too much fear in that one. A northern girl I'd wager. My daughter. She'd do. She wouldn't run off at a bit of fire. Even now, as Rob fretted and panicked, his lords still sought their own advantage. It irked him to no end. Then Elia was screaming again, as if it wasn't over after all. How much more could she take? She'd been fighting for nearly a day. Rob was pacing now, fast and pointlessly. The screaming died, and then it came, and the atmosphere that had built to a crescendo, slipped away. Crying. Not of a woman, nor a man, but a baby. Rob felt his heart thud against his ribcage. Had his father felt so numb when he heard Arya scream? Or Sansa, or Rickon, or Bran? Then the smile came, and it threatened to burst out of his cheeks. He let out a slow laugh. Congratulations. The great Jon slapped him on the back, yet Rob was off, heading toward the door. He had a child. He was a father. Mom Daly tugged him back, and he let out a grunt. Not just yet, there's a lot of cleaning up to do. They'll fetch you the minute she's fit to be seen by ye. Mom Daly said, and Rob grunted. He did not care what she looked like. He wanted to see her, to see them. Barristan smiled at him wearily. It felt like it had been an hour, sitting there, waiting. The crying came and went, yet everything else was silent. Was Elia all right? The babe seemed to be, he could hear it wail after all. He wondered if it was a boy or a girl, and was surprised to find that he did not care. He'd wanted a boy, yet now he wanted whatever it was. The doors parted again and he flinched. It was Vimen, who looked weary and almost frightened. There was blood on his robes and on his hands, crimson and pink. His eyes found Rob. The Queen is she? Rob erupted. The Queen is well. She has delivered one healthy babe. Vimen said in a cryptic sort of way. His words were effusive and pointed. Why wasn't he smiling? Wasn't it an honor for a maester to bring a future monarch into the world? Yet Vimen looked as though he'd delivered only misery. Boy or girl? The great Jon grinned, yet whatever Vimen responded, Rob did not hear. He floundered through. It did not seem as though he was supposed to be there yet, for the handmaids were still scurrying about and there was blood on the floor, as well as other bodily fluids. Elaria was on the bed, hovered above a small mound in the linens. His mother was leant in the corner, head bowed. Troublingly, her face was tear-marked. Rob. Caitlin said dully, yet Rob did not care to speak to his mother, he wanted to see her. She was pale and sweaty. Her hair was stuck to her forehead and her eyes were red-rimmed. She was covered in sheets and blankets. Elaria was kissing her brow and Oberyn's paramour cared not a lick for Rob's presence. Elia was holding something, though she looked shell-shocked and disconnected from it. Elia. He said, trying to contain his grin. He fluttered to her side and she looked at him, like a hollowed-out shell. He moved the sheets away from the little bundle in her arms. It had a small face, with puffed-out cheeks. Its head was a little misshapen, which he fretted about internally. Vimen had said it was well and healthy. He tried to calm himself with such comforts. Yet it was beautiful, with a head of dark hair. It was hard to tell exactly the color of it, for it was so wet and sticky. Was it tully red? Or Dornish black? He sighed, for he did not care. It was living. It's a girl. Vimen said from the doorway. Elia wept again. Rob shook his head and caught her face. He had a girl, a daughter, a princess. I'm sorry. Elia said dully. Sorry. Don't be silly. She's beautiful. Rob said, and he was crying too, yet his were happy and hers were pained. She thought he was angry at her, as so many men are when they are given daughters, not sons. How could she think he'd ever be angry? She looks like ye. I didn't think I'd cry. I thought I'd be more put together. God's preserve me. Oh, she's everything, or half of it at least. He had two girls now, and a primal part of him roared to life. He had to protect them, both of them. They were vulnerable and frail. They were his. I'm really sorry. Elia wept again. She wasn't looking at the baby, it was as if she couldn't. Something was wrong. Elaria was looking at him with great pity. He had met the woman only once, for 5 minutes, yet she had seemed a strong sort, the sort that are not troubled easily. The woman before him looked close to breaking. Rob. His mother said softly. All eyes were on him. I'm sorry. Why was everyone sorry? He had a healthy babe, ought they not be congratulating him? His eyes moved across the room to where a small wooden cot sat. It should have been empty, waiting for his daughter, yet it was full. A bundle was wrapped up, head to toe. It was small, so small. The Queen delivered twins, Your Grace. The first was not compatible with life. Vimen said in a measured way. Rob could not move. He could only stare at it, that small unmoving bundle. Had he not sung to it? Loved it? It had lived and died, and had never known his face or his arms. His mother rubbed his shoulder. He wanted to hold it, just once. He moved toward the crib. Don't look, Caitlin said, as a warning. Let him live in your mind. It's a boy, Rob said dully. Eddard. The boy had a name, but the girl did not. Was, he corrected. Past tense, like the first Eddard. He shook his mother off. He lifted the sheet from its face. He felt bile in his throat. It did not look right. It was scaly, slippery and misshapen. It had 2 little lumps on its back. Wings. A dragon birth. A stoic voice came from the doorway. Rob had not even heard him enter. Sir Barristan. You've seen this before, Caitlin said to him, through gritted teeth. Twice. Queen Rolla. She delivered 2 such babes. Barristan said slowly, his face a mask of rejuvenated pain. I was confronted the first time. Yet I kept my watch as she wailed. Then Roriger came. He was only 15, he pulled me to the side. He told me that in Valyria, his ancestors lay with dragons. That it was no myth, but a truth. He told me that the power of their fire was in his veins, his own kin. What you see now is the cost, the secret, poorly kept, that gifts are 2 curses. For every now and then, a Targaryen labors and a dragon is born. Why didn't you warn us, Lord Commander, that I might have prepared myself? Vimen said pointedly. I had thought the wolf might have drowned out the dragon, as the son had with Roriger's own children. Barristan said slowly. Then you were a fool, kind sir, for nothing drowns out a dragon. Elia said, and she wiped at her eyes. Not even snow. When Rob finally held his daughter, it was bittersweet. Elia felt numb and empty, and she wagered that he did too, for the smile he offered the little babe was a half one, and tilted only one side of his mouth. His arms knew what to do, and he required no direction on how to hold the babe. He'd had many younger siblings, so she supposed it was all very routine for him. He kissed the baby's brow very slowly and walked her across the room to the open window. He held her under the sunlight. Her arms felt empty. Ellaria brushed her hair as Caitlin folded swaddles. Vimen kept feeling her forehead for signs of a fever. The silent sisters had taken the dead babe away rather quickly. I want to do it, she said slowly, yet Rob had put his foot down. I want to get him ready. I did it for old men in Planky Town. No. You rest, Elia, Rob said, and he barely looked up from the living babe. I'll have some men take him back to Winterfell. We can put him in the crypts, with my father. No, Elia said too quickly. It was a little dragon, not a wolf. Build a pyre, Elia, Ellaria warned. It's a Targaryen, she said slowly. Her mind was aflutter with 1,000 thoughts. It had been born as the very image of her house's sigil. It was a sign, a warning. You are not a son, you are not a wolf, you are a dragon, it said. You are Rhaenys Targaryen. That's what Targaryens do, isn't it? They burn. Rob chewed his cheek, yet even he did not dare refuse a grieving mother what she thought was best. He moved across the room, and bid everyone leave. He sat on the edge of the bed, with the little pink babe still clutched to his chest. Hold her, he said slowly. My mother's gone to find a wet nurse, but for now she needs you. I don't pretend to know how it's done, but she needs to eat. Her breasts were sore and engorged. With a sigh she slowly took the babe from Rob. It wasn't as difficult as she had thought it would be. She slowly pulled down her dress and put her nipple to the babe. It latched on easily enough. Rob glanced off into the distance. I don't need a wet nurse. She'll have me, Elia said slowly. She had 2 breasts, and only one babe. It did not feel right. She would not leave her arms emoty. Rob looked relieved, as if he had doubted her heart still had an opening. It's my fault. No, Rob said slowly, and he tucked her hair behind her ear. The fault is with whichever one of your ancestors took a look at a dragon and thought, that looks like it needs a good seeing to. He lived. For a little. He moved, Elia said slowly. Rob looked horrified. She watched his jowls quiver. Then, she started coming and I couldn't. I should have held him as he died. He was so broken. You did all you could, he said, and his hand fixed the swaddle around their daughter. What's her name? I don't know. Elia whimpered. She knew his name. Eddard. Had the name been a curse as well as her blood? My father, before he left, he said something Dornish, something happy. Something happy. That sounds good. He kissed her brow and sat behind her. He seemed to marvel at the way the babe was feeding, peacefully and quietly. She leant her head into his chest. Do you know why Aegon could never conquer Dorne? Elia said absently. Robb shook his head. He tried. He sent Rhaenys with Meraxes. We are told the story a lot in Dorne. Every time her dragon would come to lay fire upon my home, my people would hide beneath the sands and crawl into caves. They did not mean to fight, merely hide. A dragon has no power if it has nothing to burn. Then one day, my men hid, yet this time they had a giant crossbow. It only took one bolt to fell her dragon. It went through his skull, a lucky shot some say, and Rhaenys went down with it. My own namesake, died in Dorne. We aren't naming her Meraxes, are we? Robb forced an uncertain chuckle. No, I said something Dornish, didn't I? Of all the rulers in Westeros, Torrhen Stark and the rest of them, the Yellow Toad of Dorne was the only one to put a chip on the conqueror's shoulder. Unburnt, unbowed, unbroken. These are our words. Elia continued. Her name was Maria Martell. She was blind, fat, absolutely hideous, yet she was a beautiful thing, a powerful thing. She leapt from windows and stared dragons in the face. Now, I have a daughter, and I would like to think that she too will never be broken. Maria. Maria. Robb said slowly. I might prefer it to Meraxes. Ria, for short. I did not predict I'd ever have a daughter named after a toad, yet here we are. It's short enough already. Maria. Elia rolled her eyes. The babe released its latch on her breast. Robb held his arms out. I labored half a day to bring her here, and now you would deprive me. You've had her for 9 months, I've had her for an hour. I think I'm owed a turn. He said slowly. He had a lot of nerve. Would their son have had such gall? He had his curl, auburn and tousled. He took the babe and a tear fell from his eye. She decided she would leave Jon Snow for another day, for this one belonged to her, to Maria, to Robb and to poor little Eddard. In Riverrun, misery she had found walked hand in hand with joy. Robb held court for Elia, whilst Barristan oversaw the construction of the pyre. Ellaria had taken to helping Elia with little Maria. They put little Lorza in the cradle with her, and the babies slept two abreast, as Doran arrived for crisis talks. Elia was gaunt, yet dignified. Her hair was soft and silky, courtesy of a bath encouraged by Catelyn. I am most relieved you are well, Elia. Doran rolled his chair from the doorway to Elia's bedside. His eyes fell upon the jewel around her neck that had once belonged to Elia the First. With great struggle, he pulled to his feet and slowly moved toward the crib. Both women watched him as he reached out to stroke Maria's cheek. Her name? Maria. Elia said with a half smile. Were all smiles to be half ones now? Had two twins not been separated? A soul, split apart. Ellaria thought it was a fine name, and Doran seemed to agree. You have not forgotten your Dornish roots. Your homeland shall rejoice to hear of her birth. He said, and his too was a half smile. I am sorry, for your loss, our loss. I know, uncle. Elia said slowly. Doran sat back down in his chair. I know about Jon. Ellaria told me. I assumed she had. Doran sighed. I have to tell Robb. Elia said all too quickly, and the Prince of Sunspear put his head in his hands. The wolf can scarcely keep his bowel movements a secret. We keep this between us three. I do not desire to see you contested, niece. Doran caught her hands and held them tight. Nor yet the babe. This truth is a dangerous one. I won't lie to Robb. I won't deceive him, not again, and certainly not willfully, Elia said indignantly. The fault is not with Jon. The fault is with my father. He is not the cause of my mother's suffering. Do you understand, uncle? It matters not where faults lie, but rather where they lead. Doran crossed his arms. I would not dare impose an order upon my queen, yet now is not the time to lay things plainly. There is a funeral to arrange and a war to win. You are not yet recovered, niece. Your true brother is dead, John is merely half. Yet was half not better than nothing. Elaria bit her tongue. He has taken the black, his claims does not concern me, as it happens I have less interest in meeting him, than I do in being honest with my husband. Elia said smoothly. But I will leave it till after the funeral. I will not burden him whilst he yet grieves. I intend to rule fairly and justly, no man, low or high, should ever feel the need to look to another. In this way, my claim is quite secure. She was naive. Young, naive with the weight of a world on her shoulders. Elaria might have raised her differently, if she'd thought her fated for a crown. Yet Oberyn had wanted her safe. Bastards live in peace, he had said, queens in turmoil. She considered that giving a crown to Jon Snow would have been a kindness for Elia. Are you familiar with the Black Fyress? Doran said slowly. Perhaps it is true, perhaps Jon is not a greedy man prone to usurpation, but his sons, should he ever acquire them, whose characters are not yet set nor carved. Your daughter by your own decree will take the throne after you, what of her reign, and her children's? A girl thinks of tomorrow, a queen thinks in centuries. Would you have me geld him? Elia laughed. Doran let out a weary sigh. If only you had gelded my father, uncle. If only, thought Elaria. 3 days, Sansa thought, 3 days then Joffrey would be distracted by his new wife. Then she hoped he would leave her alone, at least for a little while. Since Robb's victories, and the declaration of a new Targaryen queen, false or otherwise, his fury had become an ill-contained thing. She'd been lashed by whips, fists and the blunt edges of swords. Tyrion could not protect her, nor yet Margaery and certainly not Robb. She was on her own, and if Rhaenys Targaryen ever came to take her throne, Sansa would be a sacrificial lamb, a head to be held up in pure spite by Cersei and Joffrey. There was power to be found, she felt, in knowing that death was unavoidable. She had little to lose. So she listened. They intend to have her marriage to the Lion annulled, or I expect, widow her. She heard Varys whisper to Olenna in the flower gardens. Then they'll marry her off to Quentyn, I'm certain. They've left little gaps in their alliance. No room for a rose to be wormed in. Willers is unwed. Olenna had sighed, her voice Sansa considered was oddly in light her own keep had so recently having been taken. Sansa had taken 30 lashes for Highgarden. Willers is hostage. Arianne is unpredictable, we cannot be certain she intends to keep him alive. Varys mused. She has not killed him yet, which tells me her queen does not covet deflowered roses. Olenna had bartered. Tarly might have something to say about that of course. I told him, that duddering fool of mine, let us stay out of it, until a clear victor rears their head, yet my fool of a son listens to none. Now we're paddling up the Trident without a paddle and the Dornish have claimed half our country. You are an expert paddler, Lady Olenna, much like myself. Varys had chuckled. I have no doubt you'll find a method of crossing the river. I might think your choice of Cumrid poor, of course. You know of what we plan, yet you do nothing to stop it, I rather think that makes you a conspirator. Oh, it is an odd thing, you allowing him an inch. That chaos-seeking up-hump, Olenna said snippily as Sansa popped her head over a hedge. Her handmaidens were giggling. When it is done, Loras shall take our gift to your queen. She is after all, your queen is she not? It is her you've long served. I ought to think that might warm the queen, or rather her husband, enough to loosen Willers from Nymeria's ill-hewn reincarnation. And then what? The roses returned to Highgarden. Tarly declared first. Queens do not forget whom lent their first banners, whom fought whilst the battles were hard won. Varys mused. That was all Sansa heard of their exchange, for she could stay stationary for no longer without risking being spotted. The Queen of Thrones wished for an alliance with Rhaenys, and thus too, Robb. She was planning something with an unknown conspirator. Sansa could make little sense of it, yet it filled her with hope. It seemed as though Rhaenys' victory was a foregone conclusion and all of Joffrey's allies were trying desperately to escape him. Even if her life was forfeit, she would take pleasure from the thought that his was too. Small pleasures were all she had remaining to her. The foul pretender queen has birthed a monstrous creature. The crier declared at court. All laughed and the bellows of the sound reverberated through the hall. Sansa flinched. Half-wolf. Twisted, with fur and paws. It lived not even an hour. Its twin, a feeble girl, with a Dornish stink, will likely not live till a year. Disgusting. Joffrey said in his venomous tilt. I shall have a son by the end of the year, hale and healthy. Sansa could have sworn she saw Margaery flinch. All was not rosy with the future queen. Tyrion stood short by her side, deep in thought. No one will dare hurt you soon. Tyrion said to her with a half-smile. Joffrey would. Cersei too. Highgarden has been taken. Rhaenys Targaryen has survived the birthing bed. Don't you see? The end is writ. My father spends all day in his solar, plotting, counting coins, waiting. Joffrey will kill me before Robb can save me. Sansa said numbly, and Tyrion only chuckled. She found it rather annoying. What could he see that she couldn't? Don't you see, silly girl? Tyrion had laughed at her. You're the only escape from the lion's foul clutch. The last piece to be moved across the board and all will wish to play you. As for me, well, my own end is writ, in blood, in fire, with the rest of my kin. I need only count the days. I will curry no one's favor. Then he looked across the room, at Littlefinger, at Olenna Tyrell, to Lord Redwyne and Lord Cargyle, and all she found were looking at her. It seemed so obvious then, for if the throne was to shift, they would all be seen as treasonous, unless of course, they gave their new queen a gift. I'm the gift, she thought, to Robb, to my mother. All this time, she thought there was no way out of King's Landing. I'm the way out. She said slowly to Tyrion, barely comprehending. Yet not for herself, for someone who else. She felt great pity for the dwarf. I'll tell Robb you were kind to me. Was I? Tyrion said darkly. Elia was in the dark place again. It no longer frightened her, the cold black. In fact, she had come to pity those who lived within it, whose days were long and empty. If her father was to be believed, it would be her home one day, for all dreamers were fated to live out eternity in the black pit of nothing. She still lived. She would not go easy into that nothing. She found her father on a ruined wall. She sat down beside him, silently as always. He did not speak at first, and for a small moment she thought he might be a statue, then his lips tilted. It wasn't my idea. He said slowly. Here it came, the justifications, the apologies. A man can love twice over. I held fast, for a while. I did not wish to spoil the wolf, nor the sun. Your mother never believed me, about the night, the cold dark, Aegon's prophecy. Lyanna believed me. She'd saw the truth of it too. So you slept with her. Because she believed in your ghost stories. Elia sighed. Rhaegar tapped her shoulder. Your mother was sweet. Lyanna was stubborn, wild, yet endearing. They were so very different, it was easy to love them at once. I thought it was me, the promised one. Of course Lyanna didn't, nor yet Elia, on that they agreed. Rhaegar began. You're good at talking, that's what the little wolf said, not good at fighting. You've no ice, you're only fire. Is the song not of both? She asked, then she touched her belly. Then it's him, if this ghost story of yours is true, for I am like you, there's no ice in me. Elia sighed. He's at the wall too. You say the darkness will come from there. He's had a head start. Perhaps I should leave him there. He won't even know that he's my vanguard. I want you to find him. Rhaegar said slowly. No one should stand alone. Neither you nor he. It is no mere ghost story. When you wake, you would do best to prepare. Your throne is nearly won. Garrison the wall. Fill the old ruined keeps, repair them. Do whatever must be done, do what I could not, and if it is so, and it is him, my Aemon, who shall bring the dawn, strengthen his resolve. Didn't Lyanna think of my mother? Elia said slowly. She hated the woman, loathed her. Perhaps it was a misplaced rage, and Sansa she found too hard to spend on the ruined man sat beside her. Lyanna thought of many things. Of the realm, of me, and yes, I think, your mother. Roriga sighed. I had to have 3 children. The conqueror took 2 wives, I had thought we could all live together happily ever after. Well, you are a fool. Elia chuckled. Their brothers did what you could not. They raised us, guided us, protected us. Now one of those brothers would have you both torn apart. Roriga commented dryly. Yet you resisted him, endangering your claim, perhaps your child. It is odd, isn't it? How sweet instincts can prevail over the primal. My daughter. My son. Must I have another to complete the set? Or 2, for one is dead. Elia fidgeted with nails. A head is a head whether it's dead or living. He offered a poor consolation. And I will light his pyre with a torch. I hope that he does not come here, to you. I like to think he'll go wherever my mother is. Elia said slowly. Why use a torch, when you have a dragon? He caught her cheek. Then it fell upon them, little snowflakes. It's snowing. He must be near. Yet before the first flake could fall upon, there was crying, and her eyes shot open. Rob was already awake, rocking the baby slowly. Elia crawled over to him. She's hungry. It's me she needs. She sighed. Rob relinquished the babe and watched as Elia began to feed her. You were talking in your sleep again. Rob said sharply. Your brothers did what you could not, that's what you said. Might I ask what you were dreaming of? No one could. Elia sighed. My father. Sometimes I think he's real, you know. This black pit, and there are 1,000 of my ancestors there. They talk to me, tell me things. Perhaps I have an overactive imagination. It seems like it. What does he say to ye? Rob leant over her shoulder. I've told you before, the bad dreams, a never-ending winter, a spreading blackness. A nightmare. He told me to garrison the wall and fill all the ruined keeps of the watch. Elia did her best impression. Rob offered her a laugh. Well, John might appreciate that. He laughed, and she flinched, for now it felt like she was lying to him, not merely neglecting to tell. She could hardly say to him that it had never come up. Oh, it slipped my mind, Rob, that your brother is actually mine. Just dreams, sweeterling. Yet if any grumpkins crawl over the wall, I'll protect my girls. Your girls? You mean your queen and the future one? Elia rolled her eyes and Rob laughed. He kissed her brow, then stroked the babe's cheek. After the funeral tomorrow, there's something we need to talk about. Something, well, it's not bad per se, but it's not easy. Don't be angry with me, or, well, him. Your father, she meant to say, whom had spent a lifetime living a lie. She had borne it for only a week and it was hard enough. How had Eddard Stark coped? You're so cryptic. Rob rolled his eyes. He snatched Maria back from her when she finished feeding. I'm sorry. It's easier to forget about him when I hold her. I know. Elia kissed his shoulder. I think he's somewhere better, with a proper body, one that's not broken. He's with my mother, and your father. That is how I make my peace. Before the funeral, I want to take him with Ria, to the Weirwood. Rob said slowly. You have your rights, but I'll have mine. I want to present them, together, to the old gods. That's my peace. I will not deprive you of it. Elia said slowly. I think she's going to have your hair. Don't you think? Good luck taming it. Rob played with a small curl. I love you. Elia kissed his shoulder again and fell back into the sheets. When sleep claimed her, she was thankful she did not dream. Sarala stood at the entrance to the dungeon. The dragon cried within, thrashing against the doorway. It had screamed bloody murder when Elia had labored. Would it scream when her babe was burned at the pyre? She leant against the wall. She felt oddly guilty. She'd taken a child from its mother. She'd heard Elia weeping. What agony had she inflicted upon Daenerys? Then her resolve turned cold, for had agony not first been laid upon her? She thought of Sully, mangled and broken, and his grandmother whom had told her to run. There were footsteps and Sarala flinched around. Elia stood there, dressed in simple black. Sarala. She laid her chin on the point of Sarala's shoulder and they were hugging, tightly. I did not expect to find you here. Has it been crying for long? It always cries. Sarala shrugged her shoulders. Very slowly, the crying stopped, as if the sound of Elia's voice alone had soothed it. It must like you. Maybe. Elia said with bent brows. What was his name again? That poor boy you loved. Sully Masdew. Sarala tried to picture him. So innocent, so excited, yet all that came to her was the image of his ruin. A nice name. A good name. Elia said slowly. The name for a dragon, don't you think? Sully Masdew. The voice of Mirai was in her head. What was it she had said? Sully, you will go far. You will fly high, above all, and you will have a daughter of dawn on your back as you flutter. Did all prophecies come true in the worst ways fathomable? She was not the daughter, and it was not her Sully with the wings. Sarala smiled meekly. It might have been sorrowful, but it was just. It was right. Sully. Sarala sighed. Elia smiled meekly and they hugged once more. Let me walk you out, to the pyre. Not yet. I need to get something to light it with first. Elia opened the door, and Sarala might have pulled her back, yet the odd little creature flew toward her, and coiled around her shoulders. Caitlin watched as Rob emerged from the godswood with two babes in his arms. One slept idly on his chest and the other was asleep forever. There was tears in her eyes, for he looked so gallant and tall, yet so broken as well. They were lined up by the edge of the trident, all dressed in the darkest of hues. Nymeria and Obera bounced little sand snakes on their shoulders. Arya was itching to be near them, yet Caitlin kept her in place. Rukan was blanketed by Greywind and Shaggy Dog, the former trotting to meet Rob in the field. Rob set the broken babe on the pyre and carried the other toward her. Could you hold, Arya? He asked her, and she did not know why he felt he had to ask. She accepted the babe eagerly and decided it was a good thing, for it was easier to bear misery when your arms were full of warmth. I'm sorry, Rob. Arya gave him a tight hug, and he ruffled her hair. Rob stood at the head of the line. Elia was taking her time. Caitlin decided she was trying to gather her strength. It was no easy thing, surrendering a child. She had done so once, yet it hadn't been so final for her. Then she emerged, and the crowds gasped. Rob flinched and turned waxy and pale. Flying above her was the dragon, with scales white as silver, threaded with strings of gold. It was the size of a small horse and fluttered at her shoulders. Elia marched forward. Dari was the first to fall to his knees. The rest went in quick succession. Rob bowed his head. I require no words, Septon. Elia said, and her voice was stoic and calm. What was there to even say? Of a babe that had not lived long enough to have a story worth spinning. She glanced up at the dragon with uncertainty brimming in her eyes. As a single tear rolled, she clenched her fist. Then she said a command Caitlin wished never to hear ever again. Dracarys. Then the fiery plume came, and Caitlin wasn't certain when Elia had even learned Valyrian to give such a command. The fire caught on the wood and the dragon roared a sorrowful song, and then the smoke came, so black the shape of the pyre could no longer be discerned. A dragon had been burned, Caitlin thought, yet one had been born from the smoke and cinders. As Elia emerged from the black smog, it struck her that she looked less like a poor bastard girl she'd met in her son's war camp, and more like a queen. Like Rhaenys. Chapter 24, The Coming Winter. Chapter text. Little video I made, a trailer of sorts, sunlight for scales. In every corner of the city, widows wailed and children wept. How many fathers had died? Pike in hand, with not near enough grain in their bellies. Hardew did not know. He considered that the figure would haunt him. He was an old man, that he was alive at all seemed to defy convention. He had seen many kings, too many some would say. He had lived under the yoke of the Mad King, and after his slaying, had witnessed the rise of the supposed usurper, Robert Baratheon. He had watched his son ascend the throne, a yellow-haired boy whom seemed to have a sneer permanently etched onto his face. His future queen, Lady Margaery, seemed kindly enough. He'd watched her volunteer at an orphanage, yet he'd heard her whisper afterward, to her handmaidens, they stink worse than the paupers in Highgarden. They had food in High Garden, Hardew had thought, and clear spring water. In King's Landing they had only scraps and rivers of sewage. It was hard to smell nice, or smile sweet. Ungrateful, he had thought, we toil only to earn their scorn, their disgust. How many sons had he offered up to the cradle? Only to starve, sicken and rot. Too many. They say there's a queen now. Roriger's daughter. She's got the north, the riverlands and Dawn to boot. Falkreath said in the inn, over a murky cup of sour mead. Hardew felt his brows twist. Rhaenys. The girl survived, saved by Princess Elia's brother as the dragon banners burned. She's raised them aloft again. I've heard a rumor she has a dragon too. White and gold. Hardew remembered Roriger. It was not often he thought of Highborn warmly, yet Roriger had sung on the streets for the small folk to hear. He'd stripped himself of finery to walk beside them. He'd spun the most beautiful songs on his harp. Once, when Hardew had fallen, Roriger had even helped him up. Up, my man, he'd said, and take this copper, Bertha brews a fine bowl o' brown. He'd given him his cloak to wear, a fine thing, with black silk and a red dragon at its center. He'd kept it in a dusty chest all those long years. A silent treason. It was odd to him, a prince, being kind. Were the highborn not made to fly far above those born lowly? He might have been a good king, if he'd not been struck down before his time. He'd have been better than Joffrey, not that it would have taken much. He was regal, tall and softly spoken. He'd cared, even if only a copper's worth. A dragon, he did not quite believe, yet he'd seen enough of women, of his wife and daughters, to know that he'd rather be led by a pair of teats than a set of balls. Women were patient and tempered, men were fiery and hot. She's married to Ned Stark's son, you know, that hand that got his head locked off. I thought he was a bad UN, but after Joffrey had Sandy's tongue ripped out, I'm starting to think it's the other way around. Falkreath continued. A bastard, to be certain. The king had dark hair, Joffrey's all gold and pomp. They say this Rhaenys has had a baby too, a daughter, trueborn, not a bastard. A decent woman then, unlike the dowager. She spreads her legs for her husband, not her own family. Ha ha. He canny win. If she's a dragon. Gunther leant across the table. Hardew kept his careful silence. Maybe she'll feed us. They've started eating the dead down Flea Bottom. Boiling them up in bowls o' brown. Bertha's charging 3 coppers for the privilege. Once it had been just 1, and there'd been no human meat in the mix either. Roriger's copper would have afforded him only a third of a portion these days. He clenched his fist. Joffrey the ill-born LL send our sons to die, the ones he hasn't already, and from their blood and burnt bones, a queen will be born. Falkreath picked his teeth with a scraped clean chicken bone. Why? Hardew said a little too loudly. The entire inn quieted and he stood to his feet, fumbling and sore. Joffrey's done nothing for us, save for cruelty and torture. We're starving, grief-stricken, our lot has never been the poorer. Why send our sons to die for him? I say no more. I remember Roriger. He sang to his people in the streets, helped them to their feet, gave them coppers for food and mead. Mayhaps his daughter is of his ilk, and not her grandsee. I ask you, fine men and women, toilers and workers, why stand for a bastard-born abomination? Whose future queen comments on our stink and bile, yet offers none of her soaps to clean us. It was silent for a while, for he'd spoken treasons. Joffrey took tongues and worse for such utterances. Yet Hardew was old. He had but a few years left to him and fewer yet if he did not eat by the morrow. He did not fear death like younger men. Long live Queen Rhaenys, I say. He punched his fist into the air. Falkreath went next, and sloshed his mead over the side of his cup. Long live Roriger's last. Queen Rhaenys. Tamer of wolves and dragons. Falkreath roared, and suddenly the entire inn erupted in cheers. Long live the Queen. The morning brought only ill news. A trading vessel had failed to arrive, which meant no food for a fortnight. Hardew had seen enough of riots to know when one was due. Starving men were quick to argue, to fight and unleash. He awoke to yelling and fighting. He went into that dusty chest and pulled out Roriger's cloak. He would die soon, he knew. Yet he would not die in his bed, of cold and hunger. He would die for something better, someone better. He went out into the streets, where gold cloaks struggled to keep a bastard's peace. He waved the cloak like a flag, and from his lips came the utterance that set the crowds into a fury that would not so easily be silenced. Long live Queen Rhaenys, daughter of Rhaegar, daughter of our prince. Sansa watched from her window as the city fell to chaos below. Above the din, a tattered black cloak had been held aloft, or so the legend had spun, and a name had been uttered that led the crowds into fury. Rhaenys. They'd yelled, our queen, though Sansa was far enough away that she had not heard such declarations. They'd been quick to turn on her father, she did not forget, yet it seemed they were quick to turn to Robb, and his wife, when their fortunes shifted. Disloyal beasts they were, prone to whims and turning tides. But had she not been the same? Had she not called her father a traitor, just to avoid the scorn of her one-time betrothed? Had she not sent a letter to Robb, pronouncing Ned Stark a liar and a lech? She cringed. Perhaps she ought to have stayed true, and died having never spoken a lie, like her father, and her grandsire before her. Like a Stark. The tides shift. Littlefinger said to her out on the dais. I wonder which harbor you shall sail to, or yet, which ship shall bear you, when the night grows dark. Perhaps yours. Sansa said skeptically. It was as Tyrion said, all men would curry for Rhaenys' favor, and if it was true, and Robb had her heart, then she, Sansa Stark, was the pawn that would win such favor. Littlefinger seemed like a man to switch sides when one seemed more heavily weighed than the other, yet the Master of Coin shook his head with a smile. Sansa gathered her dress. You might tell your queen, when you doubtlessly find your way to her side, that she may find an open gate on her arrival, and a Master of Coin, sitting in wait for her. The dragons are all coming home to nest it seems, and when they do, cities are quick to turn to smoke and cinder. From the ashes, who knows what shall happen, yet I am ever, a faithful servant. You will tell our queen that, won't you? Osha was a wild thing, with ragged brown hair and dirty fingernails. Rickon was attached to her like she were the other half of him. She had mothered him, when his own had been so far away. Catelyn seemed almost envious of her, yet Elia felt only curiosity toward the wilderling woman. Maria was in a sling around her neck, when she found the woman in the stables, feeding shaggy dog rabbit skins. Elia touched her shoulder. Your Grace. The wilderling flinched around. She tried to smooth down her wrinkled dress, yet it was to no effect. Fret not. I do not come here to send you back across the wall. You have served my husband most dutifully, in ensuring his brother's safety. Elia sat down on a bloody table and stroked the babe at her chest, who slumbered and mewled. Tell me about your home. I would like to hear about it. Is it a cold as they say? Colder. The waterfalls are frozen stiff, like they are stuck, and time don't work. Osha said. I had a little village. You couldn't see it for snow. Lived there with my man, before. Before what? Elia felt her brows bent. She took a step toward Osha. Before the blackness. Before the dead that don't like sleeping, before my man, a good man, put his hands about my throat, eyes blue as the sky, and tried to strangle the life out of me. Osha said fluently. Elia flinched. Before things your lot don't believe. What if I do? What if I've seen the blackness, in my dreams? Elia leant toward the woman, yet before the conversation could delve any deeper, Barristan entered the stable. Your Grace, delegates from the Night's Watch are an hour's ride away. Your council gathers, with new reports from King's Landing. Barristan said. Duty called, yet was Osha not her duty too? And the blackness she spoke of. The wilderling woman gave her a careful smile as she followed Barristan out of the barn. Delegates from the Watch. Could Jon be amongst them? Her heart thudded against her rib cage. She hoped not. She wasn't certain she wanted to see him, to see her mother's misery-given legs and arms. She had not even told Robb yet. She could not find the right moment, nor yet the right words. I'm quite certain Lady Catelyn will happily mind the princess for you. Barristan said slowly. If my daughter is to rule after me, I will not have her be a stranger to council meetings. Elia winked and her Lord Commander chuckled. Robb was already there, at the head of the table. He moved aside for her. The great Yun was leant over a desk with Mandaly, and her uncle Doran wore a grin on his face, which told her he bore good news. Sir Barristan followed her to the war table. News from King's Landing. The small folk have rioted. 25 gold cloaks are dead. Joffrey has sequestered himself in the Red Keep, and is fearful of walking his own streets. Doran said with a poorly concealed grin. It had erupted out of him, like a fountain of smug lava. They say, the small folk chanted your name, as their fists battered steel. Long live Queen Rhaenys, they shouted. It is even said that a dragon banner was held aloft. A dragon banner. And where would they have come into possession of such a thing? Rhaenys was skeptical of the news. Her uncle would be quick to believe that the common folk were eager for her to take her throne. They say, it was not a banner, your grace. Lord Goldbrook said. They say it was a cloak. Your father's cloak, that he once gifted to a vagrant in the hopes that it would keep him warm. They say it was this very vagrant who began the riots, that he'd kept the cloak these long years, waiting. The small folk remember your father, how he used to sing to them, and how he would give them his coppers, how he was kind. They say when they chanted your name, that they chanted his too. Long live Queen Rhaenys, daughter of our prince, of Rhaegar. Elia felt an odd sinking feel in her middle. Robb glanced at her strangely. Doran looked as though he'd sucked a particularly sour lemon. This man, whom held my father's cloak aloft, what became of him? Elia managed out. Joffrey had him flayed, your grace. The rumors of his demise spread through the city, enraging the rioters only further. They say not even with his last breath did he denounce you. Joffrey has had his body strung out on the walls, as a warning, yet it only seems to draw more to the crowd. Daery said hopefully. Your grace, now is the time. Your people rise for you, we must ride to assist them if we hope to keep their favor. Joffrey is at his weakest. He will be wed within a few weeks. No. The city will be well bolstered during the wedding. Elia said fluently. Robb rubbed the small of her back. We must wait. We let the people see how he feasts and sups whilst they starve. Doran said fluently. Yet how many shall die whilst we wait? Elia said meekly. Umber laughed. Why did lords laugh at gentle concern? Let them die. Every martyr they strike down is 10 swords at our side. Mandaly said firmly. Perhaps I would rather one martyr live, than have 10 more swords, or more like pikes. Elia said slowly. For generations, all who have sat the seat of my grandfather offer no concern to the small folk. Even Baelor the Blessed thought only of spreading his religion and eradicating all others. Perhaps I would be a champion to my people, perhaps I would rather ride to save them, than ride for my own rise. A noble goal, your grace, yet it is as you said, all of Joffrey's leal lords will be present for the wedding, we ought wait till it passes, until they scatter home. Men are quicker to consider dissent when they are cut off from the head. You may find that yet again, temperance shall reduce bloodshed. Barristan said, and she nodded her head. Reduce noble blood spent, she noted to herself. How many would starve? Was it not her own boats that had cut off trade? Can I have a word sent to my people? I would have them behave peacefully under Joffrey, I would have them desist in endangering their lives. I know what it is to lose a child, and I will not command sons to die in my city. I will come to save them, to feed and house them, I will offer them this vow, and I do not ask for their aid in achieving it. It is for the crown to protect its people, and I would be no queen if I required old men to protect my claim. They ought to be safe in their beds. Additionally, fishing boats and the like must be allowed through, and let their captains pass along the message that I allowed their passage. I will not allow my people to starve for political convenience. A few nodded their heads, yet a few seemed almost disappointed in her restraint. Robb was one of them. Sansa is in the Red Keep. As you grow stronger, Joffrey grows angrier, they will use her as retribution. Robb said slowly. Your Grace, for my sister, I would have us ride as early as possible. I have left her too long in the lion's clutches. She has survived this long, what is a few weeks more? Lannisters pay their debts, and Jaime Lannister owes one to your mother. Elia said sharply. Let us give him a chance to deliver the fruit of this promise. Rob shook his head slowly, yet did not rise to anger. She considered that she was in for an earful behind closed doors. Rob wouldn't dare diminish her in the eyes of their lords, yet behind a bedroom door they stood on equal footing. The Night's Watch ride to Gravel. They're at the gates, shall we let them through? Umber noted above the din. I wonder if John's with them. Rob chuckled to himself. He looked excited. Elia chewed at her lip. My brother, not yours, she thought, yet her tongue did not move. Could it be true? Could he be at the gates? To Gravel. To kneel. Was her uncle right? If emboldened by his heritage, would he desire she kneel to him? She had not told Rob yet. She wished to command the gates to stay closed. Iron bars could keep out dark family secrets, couldn't they? She leant on the table for stability. Let them through. Rhaenys said in a resigned sort of way. Rob marched ahead, with an odd bounce in his step. It felt like an age of waiting. Umber had started chattering with Mandaeli about mead reform, yet Elia could not focus on their heated debate. She could hear the footsteps growing closer. 1 set, 2 sets, 3. Perhaps they had not sent John, or Eamon, or whatever his name was. Perhaps her crisis would not come. Then the doors opened. Rob stumbled backwards, for the man leading the assemblage was far too old to be Jon Snow. He was grey-haired with eyes white as milk. His spine was bent over and standing looked as difficult as breathing to him, which was to say, nigh on impossible. Around his neck, a ringed chain weighed him down. He searched the room, a hand outstretched, yet he seemed to be blind, for his eyes settled on empty spaces, not people. Behind him was a man, tall, with a stern visage and coiled grey hair. He was wearing a thick black cloak. For a moment, Rob looked despondent, for it did not appear as though John had come, but then a wisp of white fur came bounding into the throne room and spiraled up toward him, rubbing its head against his leg affectionately. Ghost. He grinned, his face splitting in two. Elia crossed her arms as Doran narrowed his eyes, as if playing a game of Sivas in the solitude of his mind. Rob. A voice came, thick and northern. Elia could not look. She glanced out of the window. If she did not look, he wasn't real, this third man standing in the doorway, with a looming black shadow. It's like he said. Next time you see me, I'd be all in black. It was always your color. Rob grinned. She heard the slam of their bodies, and the clapping of backs, yet still she could not look. My brother, not yours, mine, mine, mine. My queen. The old man spoke. Elia flinched, yet the address felt new, even though she'd heard it 1,000 times already. She chewed her lip. Your Grace. The second man spoke, in a deferenced way. This is the Maester of the Night's Watch. Eamon. Eamon. Elia flinched. John's name. Her brows bent, yet the old man chuckled. It is not often I am called by my first name, even rarer is it that my last name is tacked on to the end. Targaryen. The old man said slowly. Elia felt tension build in the room and an odd coiling eat away at her. There's a dragon at the wall, he'd said, right to him. I had thought that I was the last of my kin. I wept when I heard of your death. My nephew was oft inclined to write to me, how many sleepless nights, thinking of his death and his children I had. It pleases my heart to know you lived, Rhaenys. He slowly moved toward her, as if he could smell her. His hand found her cheek and stroked it. You'll forgive an old man for his trespasses. He said slowly. His hand moved down, to the head of little Maria, and a small laugh came. Then it moved back upward, to the gold crown atop her head. I might have worn this once, yet it was my fate to wear a chain, not a circlet. To heal, not to lead. Perhaps that ought to have been my fate too. Elia said slowly. She had thought all of the Targaryens were gone, yet in that room alone there were 3. To heal, to roll bandages and amputate festered limbs, it had been her cause as well for so very long. We are all of us called to fates we do not choose. He said slowly. A dragon at the wall. Elia said slowly. Yet there were 2, one in a wolf's pelt. Emboldened, she finally pulled together her courage. She looked at him, at Jon Snow, at Aemon the Younger. Had he been named after the old uncle he stood beside? He looked a proper northerner, even more so than Rob, for he had Arya's look, a long face and curled black hair. His nose gave her pause, for it was her nose, his nose. "Your Grace." He knelt and she shivered. Rob grinned again and took Maria from the sling around her neck. "My daughter," he said slowly, and handed the little babe to the stranger. "Her uncle, twice over." Elia felt her hairs stand on edge. She thought of the other babe, whom had not lived, who had been born from the strife of Jon Snow's mere existence. Maria. Maria. After the yellow toad. Jon laughed and Rob joined him. "You were listening to Lewin." Rob rubbed his neck. He glanced at Elia, as if expecting her to share his joy. "And my queen, my wife, Elia." "Rhaenys." Elia corrected all too quickly. Her voice was cold, and Rob flinched. "My formal name, Rhaenys." She did not want to hear him speak her mother's name. "My queen." Jon dipped his head slowly. She didn't want to hear him speak anymore. She wanted him to go back to the wall, to get out of her sight, where she did not have to think of her father dishonoring her mother. Doran stood up out of his chair. With grit and perseverance he made his way toward her, his hand quickly falling on her shoulder. "Our dear queen is not long out of the birthing bed, she requires rest. I'm quite certain the king consort can see to the demands of the watch. It is neither land nor favor we rode here for." The second man spoke. "Alisa Thorne, a loyal servant of House Targaryen, sent to the Black for my refusal to yield to the usurper. I was one of your father's leal lords, your grace. I say this, that you might trust my word, if not that of your closest kin." He gestured to Aemon, who had pushed past Doran to touch her cheek again. "Mance Rayder, the king beyond the wall rides with an army 100,000 strong." Alisa Thorne said. "We have only 100 at Castle Black. If aid is not provided, the wall shall fall, your grace. And worse yet, chase him to us." Aemon said slowly. "Yet you know of this, as your father did, the dreams, the darkness, the dead that do not sleep." Aegon's dream, the song. Elia felt something wet pour down her cheeks. She rubbed the slicked hairs away profusely. She could not think anymore, she could scarcely even feel. She fled out of the room as dozens of gleaming eyes followed her. It rang in her head, that awful song, of juxtapositions, of ice, and fire, and as the notes reached the crescendo, she saw his face. "Jon Snow. I'm going to ask him," Rob declared to his mother. Catelyn shook her head determinedly. "Rickon is too young. Arya is too. Arya. Sansa is leagues away, and I fear to even ponder what the Lannisters have reduced her to. I cannot rule the North whilst I'm king consort. Jon will rule as regent until Rickon comes of age. Elia will release him from his vow." "You cannot," Catelyn said. She shook her head so profusely Rob was surprised her neck hadn't cracked from the strain. "I will not. My mind is set," Rob said, and her profusely. "If I have another son, they shall be the heir to the north, and if not, Rickon, yet both shall need regents. I cannot rule Winterfell from the south, father would have said as much." "Yes, but Glover or Karstark might serve as regents," Catelyn began. "I trust my brother. More than I trust them. Unconditionally, that you do not share this trust, is not my problem. You were unkind to him, it is your worst impulse," Rob said sharply. "Elia will see it as I do. You forget mother, but my father had 4 sons. Elia is young and easily guided." Catelyn said quickly. "That you turn her to your will is all that is whispered at court. Would you have her rescind an ancient vow? To ruin her reputation?" "Enough," Rob said. He moved for the door as his mother lamented. He would hear no more of it. Jon Snow might have been his mother's misery, but he was his brother, his father's son. What could be trusted? If not blood. Elia took refuge in her rooms. Maria was an oddly settled babe, she hardly ever cried, and when she did she was quickly silenced. Vimen was happy with her progress, for she was gaining weight and appeared to all as hale and healthy. She slowly rocked the cradle back and forth. It was a comfort even if all else that swirled around her was awful. "Elia," Elaria said softly from the doorway. I realize this is difficult. It is. She said slowly. Often, it feels as though I am two people. I am Elia, a mother, a wife, a healer, a young Dornish girl with love to give and graciousness aplenty. Yet the longer I wear this crown, the more I feel as though I am becoming the other, Rhaenys, and she is colder, less malleable and a bitter beast at times. I do not like her half as much. Is it bitterness you feel for this boy, who neither asked to be born nor yet to appear as a challenge unto you? Ellaria sat in her window-sill, aglow from the sun. Oberyn and I, all of your life, have wanted only for you to smile. If Rhaenys is not prone to smiling, perhaps it is Elia you must be. Must the dragon always wear the crown? Why not the sun? Does the sun not forgive? After a hard night of rain and thunder, it still rises. Perhaps Uncle Doran is right, perhaps this, being kept a secret is for the best. I find comfort in closed doors. I find that I fear what lies on the other side of this one. Elia paced the room, back and forth. It was a maddening dance. Do not let Doran's portences take hold of you. Secrets spill out eventually, it is best for it to be by your allowance. Ellaria continued. Elia. Brothers are not by design, ruinous things. Was Aegon not Rhaenyra's? Elia chewed her lip. Aegon was not a bastard. Ellaria pressed. And yet, a bastard is what you are, and look how you have risen, the Black Fyress, not to mention all those daemons. Elia ranted. I was a bastard first, then a queen, and a queen once more. Can bastards not rise? Ought they even be kept down, if they are better? What if he is fit for my crown? Strong, capable and a proper West AOC. Us Dornish like to pretend, don't we? But ask yourself, all these northerners and rivermen, do you think they so happily kneel to me? And my tanned skin and black hair, not to mention my queer customs. Perhaps it is that they would prefer a paler sort, skilled with sword and shield, not sling. You make an enemy of yourself, daughter. You are a dragon, but you are of Nymeria's stock, before the fire and blood. It is not a shameful thing. Unbowed, unbent, unbroken. If you shiver at the prospect of this boy, perhaps you had best offer him your crown. Ellaria crossed her arms. Be not the queen of secrets. When Ellaria left, silence filled her wake, and with silence came a struggled sleep. The darkness surrounded Rhaenys, and she felt as though she were floating amidst a sea of scattered rubies. Her body slowly fell and a man peered down at her, who was all too familiar. Why was it always him? His words so scarcely brought her comfort. His was the last face she longed for. You fight a war with your mind, not with your brother. He said slowly, and pulled her to her feet. She wished he wouldn't call him that, brother. He was but half, and the worst half. He is better than me. Raised by an honorable man, by the man whom raised your own husband, he would not deceive you, yet you would deceive him. I will not be lectured on deceit by you. Rhaenys stormed ahead of her father. She'd never tried to outwalk the blackness, perhaps she could walk off the edge and wake up again. It is the burden of parents to recognize their own ineptitude in the face of their offspring. I take delight in the idea of my son exceeding me. Rhaegar said stoically. As I do with my daughter. We could talk at length about my failings, it is all we seem to do, and I was happy to allow it, yet now is not the time for petty grudges and bitterness. The darkness looms and infighting pleases none but its king. Hate me, loathe me, I care not, yet do not harness my missteps as rocks to be slung at your brother. I'm a girl. Rhaenys stopped in her tracks. I'm Dornish. I'm weakened by own motherhood, my frailty, yet there he stands, tall and proud, and he need not worry about birthing beds or mountains coming to break him. This crown, it is too big for me, it was designed for the head of a man, not some slip of a girl from Dorne. And how many men have sunk the realm into ruin, my own self included. Perhaps it is time for a girl. Rhaegar laughed, Rhaenys felt fragile beneath his looming shadow. Our conquest began with Daenerys the Dreamer. It started with a girl and I say let it end with one too. I imagined the crown would sit atop Aegon's head, yet it was not to be, a small comfort I find, that it sits so well nestled on your mother's black braids. It ought not have touched her. Her anger slipped away into pity, and then into something resembling softness, something resembling Elia. I have a bit of silver now too. Elia felt a tear drop down her cheek, and Roriga's face lit up. Even the cavern of his chest seemed fuller. She touched the streak down the parting of her hair. Her mother was not a bitter beast, nor yet a vengeful one. To hear Oberyn tell of it, she was kind and forgiving. Elia, not Rhaenys, she thought. She glanced up at her father. I forgive you. He let out a disbelieving breath, but then his arms opened and she fluttered beneath them. He held her for what felt like an age, but he felt cold, dead. His stone lips became buried in the temple of frizzy black. You know what to do, he said softly. Be honest. Be kind. Be strong. If the night is to fall upon you, weather it with a brother, a friend, and in so doing, turn my failings into a new dawn, for all, for small and high. I will. Elia said slowly. There was no use in grudges, in bitterness. The sun rose, the sun forgave, and nothing prevented its light, only cast shadows which were large enough to cover a continent. She is ready to listen, the conqueror said, and his voice rose as a great boom. To truly dream. There is much to be done. You must see all, little queen, for our damnation marches. Jon had not anticipated Robb being so ill-inclined to aiding the watch. The wall lay in his kingdom, and an army of giants, wildlings and cannibals threatened it, yet his brother had a weary and disbelieving look upon his face. Lady Catelyn stood to his right, and Jon fought hard against the little boy inside of him, who was inclined to shiver and flinch at her stern gaze. No king beyond the wall has ever made it south. Father always said so. They try, they batter themselves against the wall, yet no matter their number they fail. Robb crossed his arms. My queen is in the middle of a conquest. If her armies are split even further, Tywin Lannister will take more than an inch from her. And Mance Rayder will take a kingdom from you. Jon said. Catelyn let out a disgusted grunt. I have seen them, walked with him. He has giants, Robb, 30 foot tall with mammoths. He's united all of the clans, every single one, and they will fight tooth and nail, for they know, when winter comes, they'll all be dead. I respect him. He counted me as a friend to him. He is no simple savage, he has brought order to their ranks, not to mention discipline. And his women have had your cock, not to mention. Alisa Thorne said in a snippy way. Robb's eyebrows creeped up his head. For all your brother's rampant wilderling fanaticism, he speaks the truth. We've never before seen such a number, your grace, nor yet found our own so thin. I may not have liked your father, yet confronted with the reality of our odds, I do not doubt he would have paid heed to our warnings. The wall will stand. You beg favors from us and deliver the Lannisters a victory. Why not beg at Joffrey's feet? Let it be he who gives you swords and spears. Doran Martell said in a cold fashion. Jon already disliked him even though he'd only been acquainted for half an hour. That a Dornishman would even attempt to offer insight into such a northern business is a mark of idiocy. Tell me, my prince, have you ever even seen snow? Alisa Thorne bit back. Jon had not anticipated ever appreciating input from Thorne, yet stranger things, he decided, had already happened. Enough. Robb threw his hands in the air. Glover leads a fight against the Ironborn. His victory is nearly secured. He can spare some of his number for the war. 500. Is that sufficient? Make it 2,000 and we'll have a fighting chance, your grace. Jon said sternly. Robb let out a wisp of exasperated laughter. You really do suit black, don't you? Robb laughed. 1,000. I'll throw in 100 golden to ride back up with ye. Does that suit your eminence? Not enough. Jon replied. The doors parted. Robb gritted his teeth together. I prefer Jon, your eminence doesn't suit the black cloak. You're my brother. I love ye, but if you'd seen the things that I'd seen, that Uncle Benjen seen, you would send every man you have to the wall, and more still, every man, woman, child, infant still at their mother's breasts, and even with such a number, you might find yourself thinking it would not be enough. I realize that Southron wars command your attention, yet at the wall we war against death, not lions. What's got you so frightened of wildlings? Rob leant across the table. John chewed his cheek. The door parted, yet John paid it no mind. I'm not scared of the wildlings. I happen to think they applied his, well, halfway to justified. John dared to voice his truth, even though it earned him only sneers. They cannot be allowed to wound us, it is true, yet they are not the real enemy. I've seen the real enemy. I saw a baby given to a man of ice. I saw dead men rise from their sleep only to chew out throats. I saw entire wildling villages decimated in hours. Mormont saw it. Benjen saw it. A Tali boy saw an army of dead men marching, larger than any army led by the living. The room was silent. The encroaching laughter was only delayed by a series of dipped heads and hurried obeisances. John glanced at the doorway, where a queen stood. She was Dornish-looking, small and frail, with purple eyes and black hair threaded with silver. Whilst lords sniggered, she remained stoic and calm. 10,000. She said slowly. Rob looked confused and taken aback. John felt only curious. I believe you. Elia, Rob began. Do not give purchase to your nightmares. Do you know why? She glanced around the room, at Umber, at Manderley and finally to Rob. Maester Eamon glanced up at her with something approaching reverence. Maester, I do not think it is time for kept secrets, do you? No, no, quite. He smiled at her softly. John was rather tired of cryptic dragons, he decided, yet Elia was not laughing at him, she had listened. Do you know why Aegon conquered Westeros? Elia raised her voice to a sharp point. It was not for conquest alone. He dreamt, as Daenerys dreamt the fall of Valyria. Aegon dreamt of a coming winter, where a blackness would spread out of the north. He called it the Song of Ice and Fire. He dreamt of the fall of the living and the rise of the dead. My father had such dreams too, and the pursuit of this prophecy led to his demise. I have dreamt too, though my husband might dismiss them as nightmares from a confused mind, I know them not to be so, for I am often right in my ability to predict, as he well knows. So I believe you. Jon Snow, and I will send every man I can to the wall when my southern war is won. I will see to it that every sword I have at my command is sent to fight the real war, the true war. Jon had not hoped for anything close to what Rhaenys Targaryen had offered. Their eyes met, and she seemed almost hesitant to be the center of his focus. Rob had his head in his hands. Lady Catelyn looked thoroughly debauched and half the lords in the room looked too thunderstruck to even breathe. Elia. A word. Alone. Rob said wearily. Alisa Thorne leant victoriously on the table. Jon was surprised he hadn't started waving around dragon banners. I don't need to hear it. Elia said flippantly as Rob chased her from the throne room. You think I'm making a mistake? Well, before long, you shall realize I was right, and you will look back upon this moment and think to yourself, oh, I should have trusted Elia. Must you be so smug when you are being so incredibly naive? Rob's voice was so high-pitched that Elia was surprised the glass windows had not shattered. You are so close to victory, tangibly so, the throne is within a hair's width, and you would throw your advantage away to chase ghost stories at the wall. Do you intend to send another 10,000 men to fight Grumpkins in the Witch's Wood? Do you not trust your brother? You were oft inclined to tell me how greatly you appreciate him, respected him, and how awful you felt at your mother's treatment of him. Yet in his hour of need, you were halfway to laughing at him with your lords. Elia bit back. Rob shrank back, like a ferret scurrying back into his hidey hole. I have seen the evil he speaks of, in the shadow of my sleep. I cannot explain it, but I know it to be true. I have heard their warnings, my ancestors, that you cannot listen to your own is your burden. You will be the death of me. Rob ran his hand through his curls in an exasperated fashion. Yes, well, I shall endeavor to prevent such an outcome, for in spite of my harsh words, I love you rather dearly, and I should not like our daughter to grow up without her father. Elia rolled her eyes. Wyler had wanted to keep the babe. She was a woman of meager means, yet she had enough love, enough warmth. For a little over a month she'd fed the baby at her breast, and though he did not have her Dornish look, she had loved him. Yet the brother had loved his sister with as much ferocity. I promise, he'd said. Ashura had told her that promises from Northerners were as good as guaranteed, though she'd cried as she'd said it. That is him, she said slowly to Elaria. She did not recognize him, yet his mother was in his face, the same pleasant roundness to his long face. Elaria hummed a little. I would go to him. To hold him once more. You can't. Elaria said plainly, and she thrust little Lorza into her arms as though the pleasant little babe was a consolation. I'm sorry, Wyler. The brother promised he'd be well taken care of, yet he wears too much black. Wyler lamented. Would the sister have wanted him to be clad in such miserable attire? The sister is dead. The dead do not choose. Elaria almost flinched. I have a wife, the brother had said, and she will mother him. He will not grow up without the love of a woman, yet the mother had only stony looks for him. She put the red-headed son on a little pedestal, and the black-haired boy from another womb looked at her with something approaching fear. John, the king consort had said, as Wyler tended absently to little Maria. Little folk like she were expected to fade into the background, yet Wyler could not keep her stare from John. He was handsome and strong. Her milk had served him well. He glanced at her curiously, and she busied herself with muslin rags. I need your help. I came here asking for yours. John laughed apprehensively, as he leant on a wall. What do you need? I cannot rule Winterfell from the south, he said simply. The brother loved him, it seemed, at least. The little sister too, for she'd hugged him so fiercely. He had not grown up without love. John peered down at Maria, and for a small moment Wyler's arm brushed against his. I need a regent. I reckon, once he's big enough. John chuckled. He's not big enough yet, I need one now. Robb moved toward John. My father had 4 sons, John. Your name might be Snow, but I'd have you be a Stark. I'll have Elia release you from your vows, she'll give you your proper name, and you'll rule in my stead, until I have a son who is of age. John was silent for a moment. Wyler chewed her lip. His name wasn't Snow, it was Sand. A man cannot be renamed without knowing first his real name. She watched her little Eamon lean back against the wall, he looked on it beyond words. Yet he crossed his arms. I made an oath. He touched Robb's shoulder. To the watch. Father would not have me forget an oath. He forgot his. It burst out of Wyler. He had not honored the boy's name, he had not raised him befitting his station. He had hid him and lied. Robb turned to face her, jolting from surprise. Wyler's cheeks went pink. And what would you know of my father? You are but some serving woman from Dorne. Robb snapped at her, his eyes were cold and empty. I realize matters are conducted differently in Dorne, yet in Riverrun serving wenches do not speak out of turn to lords. In Dorne, lords keep their promises, yet the wolf broke his. Wyler said fluidly. Robb's nostrils flared. She told him his name, yet he's raised him with another. He promised me. He will know love, yet no man clad so deeply in black understands such a glorious thing. You met my father. John turned to stare at her. Your mother too, she wished to say, yet Elaria had bid her to silence. It was Robb's turn to fall silent. In Dorne. At the tower named Joy, yet tinged only with agony. They call you Snow, but you were born in Dorne. Tell me, ought it not be Sand, not Snow? Wyler said, and she was crying. She reached a hand out to touch his cheek. He surveyed her wildly. Maria began to cry, yet only Robb was concerned with the squalling babe. He took you away from me, to be raised befitting your station, but tell me, would you not have been happier in the sand? You might have worn rags, but none of black. It's you. John's voice broke off, and he was crying too. For but a month I was your mother. Wyler said slowly. Robb's eyes widened to giant circles. I should have kept you, but he said you were not mine to keep. His blood, not mine. Blood matters none when it runs cold. I made my promises too. To the poor ill-fated girl. To Sir Arthur, who was oft so kind to me. The prince's children are dead, Wyler. Sir Arthur had said to Wyler. Eamon. This little boy, who sups so well from you, it is he whom is the heir. With parents wed beneath a weirwood, Eamon, the rightful king. Yours is an important task, the history books will forget you, but I shan't. Keep him safe, if my swords fails me, cover him in rags, for there is safety in a servant's clutch. Promise, promise, he's just a baby. The girl had cried, in her northern tongue. Let him know love, even if I cannot give it. Yet there was an arm about Wyler's throat, and John was fighting against his tears. Rob was thunderstruck, yet Maria kept his hands from shaking. I want you out. A stern voice came, from a woman taller than Wyler. Caitlin Tully, whom had never loved little Eamon. Out of Riverrun. Enough. Another said, and her voice was Dornish like Wyler's. For a moment she thought it was Elaria, yet she turned to see the queen, but she looked less frail than before. Behind her was a man, with the same white cloak as Arthur had worn, pure like snow. Chapter 25, Sand and Snow. Chapter text. Sir Barristan was guarding Elia's door when she bid him entry. She pointed to a small seat by an open window. She looked conflicted, and newly burdened. Her hair was tied behind her head in a messy braid. She paced the room a little, before sitting opposite him. He smiled at her warmly. It was odd to him, a regent who cared to listen to her commander. Robert Baratheon had paid him no mind, and the Mad King was far too prone to ignoring counsel, yet Elia was young and a little too malleable if anything. You always wondered, didn't you, why my father had Sir Arthur Dayne guard the Tower of Joy and Lyanna Stark? She began fluently. She had caught him off guard, and his brows raised high on his forehead. There were things he did not tell you. Mysteries he allowed to swirl, and he did not allow you to thread them together. He gave each of us a protector. Didn't he? You were his, that was your honor. Aegon had my uncle, and I had Sir Jaime, did I not? Sir Jaime, she will be yours. That's what he said. Yet his closest friend, Sir Arthur, he gave no one. That must have confused you, why he of all was given no charge. It did, often wonder. Sir Barristan said slowly. How had Elia become so well acquainted with her father's Kingsguard politics? She had a look of knowing on her face, one that disturbed him. Yet he did. He was guarding his charge, at the Tower of Joy. Elia said slowly. Lyanna. Barristan began to comprehend. Lyanna had been Arthur's charge. That he'd left Elia with none, had been his cruelty. No, Elia said, and she stared out of the window. There were tears streaming down her cheeks. No. He did not think of the women. Perhaps he thought their names protected them, Stark, Martell, yet he was wrong. He sent Arthur to protect her son. Barristan stood up from his seat, his jaw slightly agape. It was all so obvious, yet none of you reasoned men could put the pieces together. Elia laughed dismally. My father rides off with Lyanna Stark. Robert starts a rebellion. My father takes her far away, for, oh I don't know, 8 months. 9. Me and my brother are killed. He instructs Arthur to guard Lyanna, and he does so, even when all is lost and my father is dead. He guards Lyanna against her own brother, who surely meant her no harm. Why? I don't know. Barristan said slowly. Ned Stark finds his sister after cutting Arthur down. She's dying, though no man questions what wound she's been lashed with. He rides back to Winterfell with her body, and a bastard son he claims he picked up along the way. He claims he broke his oath to his wife, an honorable man, raised by Jon Arryn, and no man questions him. But he didn't break an oath, he kept one. Jon Snow isn't Rob's brother. He's mine, the last male child of House Targaryen. Barristan stared at her intently. She wept again, and leant over a small desk. He touched her shoulder. A bastard. Barristan said slowly. It made an odd sort of sense, and Barristan was rather irritated he had not pieced it all together himself. So you would not rather kneel to him? As Sir Arthur did. Elia glanced up at him. A son, tall and strong, do you not think he would be better? Perhaps I should give him my crown, perhaps I should pay obeisances. If Rhaenyra had knelt to Aegon II, would bloodshed not have been prevented? You are true-born. The line of succession is clear. Barristan persisted. Why had Rhaegar kept him in the dark? Had they not been friends? Perhaps not so close as he and Arthur, but had Barristan not pledged his sword to Roriga too? Your Grace, if it is true, he is a bastard and a member of the Night's Watch. What if he's not? What if my father wed Lyanna? Would that not make him the rightful? Elia pressed. Who is to say he did not wed her? Arthur must have been convinced of his legitimacy, if not my father's own desires. Barristan held her, for had she not inherited her father's pain as well as a crown? A father's mess-ridden realm. Wyler had made a mess of things. Elia might have predicted the servant woman would be incapable of letting Jon Snow leave her midst without a soft touch. Lady Catelyn was red with fury, her hands about the throat of the woman she believed had sullied her honor. Jon Snow seemed to think he'd met his mother. They had all gotten it so wrong. He'd never see his mother, for she was dead, like Elia's, like their father. Sir Barristan trailed after her. Let us go to my uncle Solar. So we are not overheard. Elia said quickly. She pulled Wyler out from Catelyn's clutch. She gave her mother-in-law a warning look. I beg you not to act rashly, when you understand the situation not a lick. And you do. Robb hissed at her, with betrayal in his tone. Elia, what's going on? You knew that Wyler once met your father? Yes. It is a mess, of which I am only newly embroiled. Just hush for a minute, will you? I had intended on telling you, the fates did not align to give me a proper opportunity. Elia let out a weary sigh. She nudged Jon, Catelyn and Robb, still holding Maria, into Doran's study. Doran was there, with the delegates from the Night's Watch. Alisa Thorne looked oddly gleeful. Your Grace. Doran said slowly. Maester Aemon sat in a shadowy corner. I was merely discussing with Lord Thorne, that he might be released from his oaths, in light of his service against the usurper. He acted with great honor, that he might be rewarded for. Yet then Doran saw her assemblage of baffled followers and decided to stay his tongue. Not 3 hours ago her uncle had been at loggerheads with Thorne, yet now they appeared to have reached some sort of consensus, most likely driven by self-gain and plotting. Your Grace, Thorne is a valued member of the Watch. His service is of great value to us. The Maester began in his wizened way. The night rides, and we have need of stalwart men. We will discuss it later. Elia chewed her cheek. Please sit. There ought to be enough seats. Wyler, yes, you too. Robb kept himself standing and Elia considered sagging against him. She was about to open a great big door, and all she had to protect herself from its horrors was the frail belief that Jon Snow was half the man as her husband. Elia. Do not let free your damnation. Doran hissed at her through gritted teeth. I beg of you. For my sister. Your sister is dead. A loss I feel keenly, and lies serve no one's memory, no less hers. Elia said. She glanced at Jon, or Aemon. Wyler is not your mother, and Wyler is not your husband's, whore. Lady Catelyn. She was a wet nurse, in service of House Dane. She is an upstanding woman, gentle and kind, and I will not have her brutalized and yanked by you. Not under any circumstance. Catelyn did not appear convinced whilst her uncle seemed regretful that he'd not had Wyler's tongue ripped out. She bit at her fingernails. A voice in her head told her that it was time for the truth. I don't understand. Jon began, yet Elia silenced him with a curt stare. Is it I alone that finds it all so obvious? Elia began to pace. Perhaps it is only obvious when one has known the truth, of all those little figures that line themselves up so neatly and with clear intent. An honorable man breaks an oath, and we think that he is like all other men, quick to leap into a horsebed, at the cost of his wife's honor. What if Ned Stark did not break an oath, but kept one? What if his honor compelled a lie, not the truth? Elia. Robb touched her shoulder, clearly thinking she was mad. This is my family history, you need not concern yourself with it. It isn't. Can't you see? It is mine. Mine own father, mine own pain. Elia was growing frustrated. His name isn't even Jon, and it is certainly not Snow. She turned to Maester Aemon. Would a wizened man such as himself not have lined the pieces of what she'd said together, would be too, armed with her insights not have worked it out? A look of knowing was on his face. The brother promised the sister. Eamon said fluently. He took a long breath as the realization fell. His eyes swelled with knowing and glee. A kept oath. Your husband didn't cheat on you, Elia said to Lady Caitlin, who was wiping at her eyes. John looked utterly confused. He was not a sharp tool, it seemed. He made the same promise my father made to my mother, and he kept it, all these long years, at great personal cost, for he knew, if the truth was ever known, the usurper's hammer would yet again fall on an innocent. I don't understand, Rob burst out. All except he and John appeared to have tied the pieces together. Neither was her husband particularly sharp, it seemed. Wyler, tell them. Elia sat down. Wyler went a little pink at the cheek. Sir Arthur came to me, he said a babe had been born and he needed my milk. The mother had the fever and could not feed him herself. She was pale, the palest thing I'd ever seen. She could not keep from crying. He's dead, she said over and over. I took the babe from her, and fed him. He was a lovely babe, Wyler said slowly. Then the wolf came, and he cut down Sir Arthur, and I was in the tower with the girl and her babe. She was weak, and dying, and she made me promise to love her babe. She was going to die soon, I could smell it on her. The wolf wept over her. She made him promise too. Promise me, Ned, she said. Promise. Rob rocked Maria against his chest as Caitlin's head fell into her hands. Elia stared hard at Jon Snow, whose eyes widened and narrowed. He was comprehending, finally. And he took the babe away, promised he'd raise him well. I wanted to keep him, I wanted him to be loved, like Lady Lyanna made me promise, and Sir Arthur. Wyler said quickly. She told her brother before she died. His name, she said, his name is Aemon Targaryen. The old weary Maester of the Night's Watch glanced up at his namesake, and Elia felt like an outsider now. John looked at his knees, his breath hitched in his throat. Alisa Thorne looked conflicted, and almost guilty. He isn't your brother, for he isn't your father's son, Elia said to Rob. He's mine, and if he's to be legitimized, and released from his vows, it won't be the name Stark he wears. It'll be my name. His name. My father's name. Targaryen. Aemon looked up at her. Weren't they both the same? Bastards given false names to wear. And perhaps they both preferred those names, for neither came with burdensome crowns or horrifying family histories. A tale of ice and fire, a song of sand and snow. Elia put her hand on her crown. She took it off. I know not whether they wed, perhaps they did, beneath a weirwood tree, before my mother died, during, or after. I know not. Whilst I remain certain the Septons would not have blessed it, I do not think it matters. Elia said slowly. My father, he did not intend you to be raised a bastard. He would have wanted you to wear his name, that's why he bid Sir Arthur deign to protect you, and if a son bears the name, his claim succeeds the daughter's. You are born of ice and fire. Perhaps you are the song my father oft sang, and if so, then it ought to be you who wears this crown. Though I do warn you, it gives only headaches. Doran looked at her incredulously as she tried to hand Jon Snow the crown he'd paid so very much for. I don't want it, he said slowly, and their eyes met. She had been wrong. He was not her pain. They shared more than what separated them. They were both wielders of agony, a story, a father. I have my oath, to the Watch. You took your oath under a false name, Elia said slowly. A man cannot willfully give up that which he does not know he has. It goes to follow that such an oath does not bind you. Yet he was gone, for he'd stood to his feet. She heard his footsteps batter down the hallway, and the crown she'd worn not 2 minutes ago, was dropped onto a table. Rob glanced at her wide-eyed. Lady Caitlin looked guilt-ridden and more than a little betrayed. Yet the betrayal was different now. It was hers. Why didn't he tell me? She wept into her hands. His sister. Oh, Ned. Why couldn't he have just said? I'd have loved him. I'd have. But it was too late for regret, and it was much too late for Jon Snow to feel its presence, that beautiful thing that had in some ways evaded them both, a mother. As children, Robb Stark had once told Jon that he would never be the Lord of Winterfell. Not 2 hours ago, his brother had offered him its throne, even if only for a short while. He'd been offered something else too, and given another. A crown, and a name. He glanced up at the sky, at the countless stars that lined themselves up, as if servants to some future battle. He kicked his feet over the edge of a short wall, and considered that he ought to have stayed on the other side of that very large one he'd long surrendered his life to the protection of. Then he thought of her, of that stony statue in the crypts of Winterfell, where a candle was always kept slight. Lyanna. He finally had her name, his mother. But there was a father too, not stony and northern, but tall and purple-eyed, and unknowable. He didn't rape her. A voice came from behind him, thin, frail and meek. He did not need to turn his face to know to whom it belonged, for it was a Dornish voice that spoke to him. "How do you know, your grace?" He replied shakily. "I've spoken to him," she said in a wistful sort of way. He felt a gust of wind as she sat next to him, her hair shook about her shoulders. "He speaks to me in my dreams. The dragon has 3 heads, and my mother had only birthed 2. I don't understand." Jon shook his head. "I think he loved them both, for what it's worth. He was complicated, a servant to his own dreams, and I suppose it is so very easy to misinterpret them." She continued in spite of herself. "I don't know that it matters now. Who loved whom, who did not, why seed was spent, and others left to die. You've seen what matters, met it with your blade. Does the crown not matter?" Jon entertained her wistfulness. "Perhaps not, but if those men in there are to unite and fight, mayhaps it must be given precedence." She kicked her feet loosely. "Since Wylla spun me her tale, I have been caught between a desire to both loathe you and know you. I have made my peace with our father, I think I ought to make peace with you too. Whatever threat you feel exists in me, it is not true." Jon said dully. "I don't wish for your crown. I have released you from your vows. I am prepared for it to be my last royal decree." Elia said to him, or Rhaenys, he did not know which name to choose. "It is yours, this crown of mine, so unexcitingly earned. I fear my own head has weathered it with restraint. You have seen our enemy, perhaps you would be better to face it as king." "I don't want it," Jon said dully. "Think on it tonight." She chuckled wryly. "By morning everyone in Riverrun shall know our truth. Words spread like pox in a whorehouse I have found. Mayhaps it shall not matter, that you do not want it. Perhaps those lords and ladies will place it atop your head, just as Robb put it atop mine." She had opened the door to a civil war, and was willing to dip her head and give up. She would bend her knee without complaint, forsake a crown for a brother born of another mother. "You're my sister," Jon said dully, as if barely comprehending. "Mayhaps we would have been wed, had the hammer not shattered plate," Elia said distantly. "That is the way of it, the dragon's lot. Instead we grew up 1,000 miles apart, and neither of us knew our own names for most of it. I shouldn't like to marry a sister." Jon let out a hiss of laughter. "Neither should I have liked to marry a brother." Elia half winced. "Mayhaps, it was better, like this. Perhaps it was always meant to be so, sand and snow." "I've never seen sand," Jon said. "And I've never seen snow," she replied. "Come to court tomorrow and tell me your choice, Snow." Yet all he could think of was sand. Robb didn't know what she was thinking. It was often, he felt, that he wished to climb inside of her head, for it seemed to him such an impenetrable thing, Elia Sand's mind, or Rhaenys Targaryen. The court was full of whispers, and the royal decree, both freeing and legitimizing Jon, had been stamped and sent around all of the lords at court. She had sewn together her undoing, and it was held so loosely upon her head, that crown he had knelt to give her. When she entered court, in a lovely yellow gown, with that fated circlet on her head, everyone stood to welcome her, with confusion etched like marble on their faces. The Dornish faction looked grief-stricken, feeling that what they had gained, would soon be lost, and Doran Martell let out a paltry whimper as she fidgeted with the crown atop her head. Robb moved to approach her. "What are you doing?" he whispered frantically into Elia's ear. How long would she keep him out of her head? The head he loved most of all, crowned or no. "I have given him a night to consider," she said plainly, and with half a wince. His brother was not his, but his wife's. His father had spun lies as well as any southerner. The conflict of his heart was so confronting he had buried it altogether, ignored it. Yet his mother was weeping, and in the midst of it all, his life had begun to feel rather undone, for it was built not on rocks, but on sand and snow. The Queen has a dragon. Lord Eula hissed at Mandaly, whom was doubtlessly a supporter of Jon's claim. The brother has only questions, he is unknown, unloved. But he was loved. Then the great doors parted, and the whispers fell to ruinous silence. On her throne, Elia winced, for Jon Snow, or Aemon Targaryen, strode through, dressed not now in black, but in simple rugged attire. If you had but asked for it, I will succeed it to you peacefully. Elia said slowly. I would have us stand together, before what is to come. There shall be no parley, no fights nor dances. The House of the Dragon must stand united. What is to come, ghost stories and nightmares. To have lost a crown over nonsense. It made so very little sense to him. Doran Martell put his head in his hands, a lifetime's worth of plots, going up in bright furious flames. Selfishly, Robb wished Jon would take it. He thought of Winterfell, of his daughter, of a wife with no crowned head, who could be his, and his alone. A peaceful life. Jon Snow glanced up at Elia Sand, and as he crossed the room, his eyes betrayed none of his intent. Robb felt his breathing clinch in his chest. I will not have divide sown. Jon said, and glanced around the room. I once took a vow, it meant much and more to me. Often I felt like abandoning it, but I did not. I hold my words to be true. A man ought not do what is easy, but what is right. Now and always. He took another measured step forward. Elia reached up for her crown, as if anticipating the answer already, but before her fingers could pull it off, Jon Snow knelt to his knees. I am no knight, your grace. He said. Though I've fought, I've defended, and I've fought some more. I am no Dane, nor sell me, but if you would have me, I would take my place on your Kingsguard. I would see this division ended. The room broke out into muffled gasps. Elia's brows twisted upwards, barely comprehending. But, her voice fractured. Let me take this oath. I will father no children, I will take no wife. He said plainly. I don't want a crown, and neither, I think, do you, but you were good enough for Robb to lower his crown to, so you're good enough for me. Rhaenys Targaryen moved a hand to wipe a fallen tear from her cheek. By noon the next day, Aemon Targaryen had made history, to have been the first man to be legitimized, knighted and cloaked in white, all in the very same day. The end.